text message and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the code red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
Well, good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors. Boy, it's 12/13/2022. We're at the end. We're headed toward the end of 1922. Here's our last meeting for December. 2022. I know, it sounds weird to even come out, doesn't it? I know, it's just, this has gone by, it's been a whirlwind kind of year, and welcome all of you here this morning. And with that, Mike Dent, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And Julie, are there any corrections or additions to the agenda this morning?
None that I'm aware of, Chair Hook.
Okay, well, here we go. And this morning, we're going to start off with recognitions, and I'm really happy to do that. And my first certificate that we're going to do today is, it's a certificate of recognition for Gregory Diaz, and he is retiring from our county clerk recorder. So Greg, would you come on up? So just a little bit about Greg. So he's been the Nevada County Clerk Recorder 15 years of service.
Yeah, 15 and a half.
Isn't that something? I know. And here it's been a little bit crazy. So you have led the elections office in their mission to carry out elections with a spirit of innovation, integrity, accessibility, transparency, and efficient use of taxpayer resources. So prior to Nevada County, you taught middle school social studies. My daughter would love you. She's a social studies buff. And served the city and the county of San Francisco for many years. In the city attorney's office for 6 years as assistant county clerk recorder, 4 years, and as the clerk recorder for 8 years. So I'm going to read the rest of this when I do your resolution.
Okay.
But with that, I just like it open to my board and let them have some comments. Heidi, I'm going to start with you.
Wow, we're just speeding along here. Oh, Greg, I just want to thank you for your many years of service. We've been lucky to have you here. You've provided the stability that we needed very much, especially in the last few years. I have a lot more I could say. I just want to wish you a very, very happy retirement and to thank you again for holding fast and steady and running that office with integrity. Incredibly important office. You've done a great job, and I'm grateful to you.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Heidi. Ed?
Well, Greg, I want to wish you the best, too. You and I have had our moments.
Yes.
But you really have stayed the course, and I just thank you, especially, as Heidi said, especially in the last few years. It's a very difficult position to be in, and I appreciate the way you've held it steady and appreciate your service to the county. Thanks, Greg, and wish you the best.
Thank you.
Nice. Dan?
There's only one flaw, Greg,
Yeah.
that you have, and that's wearing that A's hat all the time. But I know you're loyal to him, and so that's fine with me. I just want to thank you for the stability and the fact that you get pushed from both sides of the political spectrum, but you stay right where you're supposed to be, and you make the hard decisions. And you're not trying to be everyone's best friend, because you can never be a good administrator if that's what was important to you. So I appreciate what you've done and your steadfastness and the professionalism that you have always brought to that office. So I want to call you a friend.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the short conversations we had always had in the hallway. So the best of you in retirement. You really deserve it. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Dan.
Hardy?
Congratulations. I hope you enjoy it. You've earned it. 15 years is a long time to be a public servant, and I know recently it's been incredibly challenging, and your integrity and transparency in that office is what resonates with me. You've always opened the door, brought me in. We've talked and had great conversations about the process and the politics and all those things. So I just wanted to thank you sincerely for your service to the county, but also to the community and the constituents here in Nevada County, and best of luck to you going forward.
Great, thank you, Hardy.
I know, I feel like retirement sometimes is a bittersweet moment, you know? And we are excited for this next chapter. I think it's a wonderful thing. I think when we look at retirement, it's that moment where you really take some time when you're healthy enough to go enjoy it. Yeah. So I hope you really do go enjoy it. And I don't know, like this is the craziest moment. I have so many people retiring this year. It seems kind of, like I said, for me, it's very bittersweet because we're somewhat of a family here in a way. You know, you see each other in the hall, you see each other every day, except for, well, even on weekends sometimes. So anyway, we just appreciate you so much. Greg, I'd love to give you a moment if you'd like to speak.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. Kind words, and I appreciate those words. You know, the Office of County Clerk Recorder is really an office of the people. I have birth certificates. I deal with death certificates, all kinds of marriage situations that would blow your mind. And I'm not even counting elections, okay? In the last few years, elections have been challenging. But I think my whole thing is just those basic values. I know I learned when I'm 4, 5, 6, 7 years old. You know, be honest, tell the truth, understand what it means to be a professional, and listen to people. It's all about the people. You know, I was thinking driving here, people don't know on election night, whiteout conditions. I'm there talking to pilots about getting ballots over. We have a couple deputies from the Sheriff's Department offering to drive in special vehicles. Off they go, my staff, the deputy, whiteout conditions, leaving at 5 p.m., getting back at midnight with the ballots, with all the ballots, chain of custody intact. And those are things that kind of go under the radar, but those are the things that has sustained me for 15 years. It's been everyone else working elections. It takes everyone. It just doesn't take me. It takes everyone. And on the recorder side, again, it takes my whole staff. We want to make sure things are correct. When we're talking about birth certificates, the deed to your house, we're talking about the most important documents that you can have. And it's trusted to me, my office. We've always been an office of trust, and that's how we comport ourselves. And I'm just proud to be a part of it and serve you all and the people for 15 years. Like to have my wife stand up, Catherine Diaz.
Yay, Catherine.
And my family at work, most of them I've sent for training in Sacramento, but I have Krista and Christine from the office, and they're the ones that make it go. So again, thank you very much for this.
Oh, Greg, again, we just appreciate it. It's been an adventure this last couple of years, and you have steadfast, and we appreciate you so much.
Great, thank you.
And thank you to your wife.
Yes.
I think
Yes.
partners in any of these offices are need to be very appreciated. There's
Yes.
long hours, long times, comes
Yeah.
home, frustrations.
Yeah.
So whoever's partners are out there, we do appreciate you as well. So thank you, and enjoy your retirement.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Yeah. So with that, I'm going to open it up to a public comment. If there's anybody like to come down and congratulate Greg, you're welcome to come to the podium.
My name is Calvin Clark. I'd like to thank Gregory Diaz for finally getting to this point in your career.
Thank you, sir.
It's been a long time.
Yes.
You've endured pretty well, I would say, with some of the filings that we did during the recall effort, and you were quite patient. I appreciate that, and I thought you strove to do the best you could. On a farewell gift to you, I'd like to give you a book about George Soros. It's called Influencing Elections. It's really an influential book because 15% of the Democrats believe that there's been election fraud in this country, and a lot of independents and a lot of Republicans. And this is not you're not a partisan position that you had, but as you go into retirement, I hope that you would ponder some of the interesting opinions that have arisen over the elections and the questions of transparency, accountability, and the ability to verify the elections. So I also would like to give you, I'm sure you have this in your library, but I'll give you a new copy. This is called The Law by Frederick Bastiat, an 1850 book that I found to be a great premise, a great profile of the law, and how we will either have legalized plunder or we'll have organized justice, and justice with the basis of morality. And I think you strove to have a moral basis in your efforts, certainly in your godly walk and talk, but you know, it's a tough position to be in. Also, I wanted to give you this Exposing the Deep State video, which is about bureaucracy, intelligence agencies behind the deep state, secret societies, and the money men. So I wanted to thank you for trying to help us out.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Very kind.
Okay.
Okay.
Marcia?
Hi, Greg.
Marcia.
Thank you for this opportunity. I just want to thank Greg for his service as well. And we've always had a really good working relationship. And I can remember when we interviewed Greg for the position, and I was one of the folks on the board, and he was very impressive with the experience that he came in with. And then once he, got his feet on the ground and started running, he introduced the feds, and we always, it was the field election deputies. Correct. And myself and Patrick in my office and a number of other folks, jumped at that opportunity, and it was really a great one, and I'm glad you brought that to the county and continue with that today, and I know Natalie will do that as well, but I just wanted to say thank you, and I appreciate the fact that I've had such a good working relation with you and all the elected, so thank you.
Thank you, Marcia.
Thanks,
and
Marcia.
congrats to you, Marcia.
Ellison?
Yeah, on behalf of all the senior executives, Greg, I just want to thank you for your service and the value that you added to our senior executive team. We really saw you as a partner. We were happy to support you in your endeavors, and we see that continuing with your predecessor. So congratulations, and we wish you the best in retirement.
Great. Thank you, Allison.
Good morning.
Morning. My name is Denise Bilberg, District 3. Most people have given up, but I still have hope that you'll respond to reason and science. On December 1st, Nevada County Health Department released a letter to local schools.
Excuse me just a second. I don't want to interrupt, but so that you're probably going to speak in public comment, and that's not for a while.
Oh, I thought.
Yeah,
no,
this is recognitions we're doing this morning. There's some individuals that we're going to do, and then we'll go to public comment.
I apologize. The person,
no
since
worries.
The person was here before. I thought.
Yeah, nope, you're fine. We're just taking comments on Greg's retirement. Uh-huh. All righty, then. Julie, do we have anybody on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
Krista, you want to come on down, Krista?
I don't do microphones, I'm sorry. I'm like
Okay, so, thanks, Krista. So for anybody, that was a little not, usually we have to come down to the mic, but I would say overall, Krista from Greg's office, overall just said, thank you so much, love the compassion and help that he gave to his whole office and the people that came into his office. And it just shows that his staff did appreciate him. So Chris, I'm sorry you're gun shy. And so all those words might not be on record because it doesn't get taped that far back. So, but thank you for being here and speaking. Anyone else want to come up to the mic? Okay, Julie, anybody online or any written comment?
I have no callers, Chair, and I have no written comment.
Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to come back to my board for any other comments. Okay, well, with that, I'm just going to read this certificate. So the County of Nevada Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing and thanking Gregory J. Diaz for his many years of public service. Gregory served Nevada County for 15 years as the clerk recorder, leading the elections office in its missions to carry out elections with the spirit of innovation, integrity, accessibility, transparency, and the efficient use of taxpayer resources. Early in his career, Diaz taught middle school social studies. He then went on to serve the city and county of San Francisco for 18 years, in the city attorney's office for 6 years, and the assistant county clerk recorder for 4 years, and as the clerk recorder for 8 years. Gregory received his bachelor's degree in history from Swarthmore College and attended Rutgers University School of Law. During his tenure with Nevada County, Gregory oversaw the management of the clerk recorder's office and the integrity of the county's elections. He earned the prestigious California Professional Election Administrator Credential and the Certified Elections Registration Administrator Credential. Gregory served as the president of the county's Recorders Association of California from 2015 to 2017, and additionally led the county's implementation of the California's Voter Choice Act in 2018. Therefore, the County of Nevada Board of Supervisors expresses its appreciation and gratitude for Gregory J. Diaz for his many years of public service. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
We're going to do a quick, would you mind coming up for a picture? Ms. Diaz, you want to come up and get in the picture too?
Yeah.
Come on up.
Come on, Cal.
Come on, Kevin. Come on.
We're going to be.
Okay, behind every employee is a good partner, isn't there always?
Three, two, one. Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so our next item today is a certificate for Sue Horn, our assessor. And Sue's out ill today, but I believe, is Bruce here? Oh, there he is, you're right in the front. So he's here today to we're going to present this certificate to you from her and tell her that we hope she feels much better soon. You know, Sue's been here and worked, and maybe I'll just read her certificate because she's done a lot as well. So Sue worked for 2 California Assembly members before running to the Nevada County Board of Supervisors in 2000. She was elected to the board as a write-in candidate in District 2 and ultimately represented South County for 2 terms until 2008. During that time, Sue served as a board chair in 2003, the county's delegate to the National Association of Counties, and the chair of the Rural County Representatives of California in 2007. Sue volunteered with Friends of Nevada County Military for many years, serving on its board and helping to pack monthly care packages to local service members deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan. In 2006, she founded the Sierra Nevada chapter of Blue Star Mothers of America and served as its first president. Sue served on the advisory board for the Foothill Theater Company and as a member of the Highway 49 Traffic Safety Committee, which was instrumental in obtaining critical safety improvements for the particular dangerous section of highway. In 2003, Sue helped establish and began serving on the Gateway Monument Planning Committee. 3 years later, the county's first Gateway Monument was installed on Highway 49 at the Bear River Bridge, welcoming visitors to Nevada County. She was elected Nevada County Assessor in June of 2010 and took office in January of 2011. She is a Board of Equalization Certified Advanced Property Tax Appraiser. Say that fast 3 times. And she currently is in her 12th and final year of service. At the end of 2002, she will retire after having served 3 terms as assessor. Sue is a member of the Northern California Assessors Association and served as its president in 2019. During her time as assessor, Sue was dedicated to ensuring that Nevada County taxpayers received a fair and accurate assessment of their taxable property in accordance with the California law. She was a bit lazy. You've been a busy husband, Bruce.
Makes me tired just thinking about it.
I know. She just, again, having known her for so many years over the time and through her dedication to her work, she's been amazing. I had to deal with things personally in our life, and she was just a wealth of knowledge coming from the assessor side of things, just in life in general. She's appreciated. I'm sorry she's not here to receive this today, so I hope you let her know that we miss her, and we wish her such great retirement adventures. You both are going to have some good times as you move into this new realm of not getting up for work in any morning, no Zooming, no meetings is going to be a little bit of a change for sure. So with that, Ed?
Hi, Bruce.
Hi.
I'm sorry that Sue is unable to make it today.
Well, I think she's watching online, so she's listening.
Oh, okay. Hi, Sue.
Oh, we could have Zoomed her in, but she probably did. Yeah, it's hard, and you got to still be dressed from the waist up.
Well, I've worked with Sue for a long time, too. One of the things that I noticed in there was that little Highway 49 Safety Committee. And I can tell you that it was a small group of citizens and what they were able to accomplish. And that committee has continued on and kind of blossomed into a much larger group that's looking at the entire Highway 49 corridor there. But all that work down in the South County, so much of it had to do from the influence of that little committee. And obviously, Sue was very much a part of that. Thank you, Sue, for that. And the fact that she came in as a write-in candidate, I mean, that's hard to do. That's really hard to do, and I watched her campaign for that. And then to have her come in as the assessor, I went, really? And she's done so well. And the thing that I really appreciate, Sue, if you are listening, is the fact that those issues that we have with constituents that involve the assessor's office can be very complicated. And Sue was always there to meet with me, that constituent, to do all that she could to make it work for them. And I just can't say thank you enough to her, Sue. I hope you are listening, because you've done an excellent job, and I thank you so much for what you've done, not only as the assessor, but as a past District 2 supervisor also.
Awesome. Dan?
Yeah, I've known Sue since she was a supervisor, and then when she stepped into the assessor's office, I just couldn't believe that she was going to continue. And Bruce, you've been on a ride with her, and so I just appreciate the fact that her integrity stayed very solid. She never wavered. Her values and principles were always the same, and but she brought to that office a level of trust that I think people really respected and appreciated, because property taxes and assessing of the value of property it's critical, and it's so easy for people to distrust what you're doing, but Sue was always willing to explain, and her staff was always willing to explain the process and the reasons behind it. And I think I certainly appreciate everything she's done in that office and her years on the Board of Supervisors. Bruce, congratulations on your retirement.
Nice. Heidi?
Ditto. I just want to express my appreciation for her many years of service. And that was one office I never heard a whole lot about. So she was running a steady ship there, and that's always very much appreciated. So I wish you both great time in your retirement.
Artie?
Yeah, thanks, Bruce, for being here today. And pass along my support and appreciation. That list of accomplishments is quite incredible. List of public service. And, I only knew Sue for a couple years, obviously, since I came into office, but she was one of the first people, if not the first person, I did on my Zoom call orientation after I became a supervisor. And we shared in that COVID Zoom thing for a while. And she's always been right there for my constituent concerns when it comes to her office and being effective and responsive. So, and good luck in retirement, and enjoy your time.
I know I think about some of that too, between Prop 13, Prop 8, going through new processes with equipment. There was so many changes in the last few years, and she really managed it gracefully, trying to get all these new assessments. We've been through a recession. We went through the craziness with COVID with all the sales and the inflated prices that people were paying. So it's been a whirlwind for her as well. So Bruce, I know maybe Sue had some comments, I hope.
Yeah, she does. She prepared a few things she'd like me to relay to you, so certainly, that's on, I guess. Her disappointment that she wasn't able to be here this morning, came down with a nasty cold this weekend, so she appreciates the board's supervisors taking this time to recognize her service as the county assessor, and would like to share a few other thoughts. The fact that it's been truly a great honor for her to have served the citizens of our county for the last 12 years as their assessor. She says, I have been privileged to work alongside an incredible team of highly competent and dedicated individuals in our office who strive daily to deliver that excellent service to the taxpayers in Nevada County. She says, I'm truly grateful to them, and the success of the assessor's office over the past 12 years are due to their exceptional skills and commitment to our public and to their co-workers. She says, I'm also grateful to many of the amazing people in the county organization that she's had the pleasure to work with over the past 20 years. She says, I've developed many special friendships, and I appreciate the unique role of each of you have played in helping me personally and enabling our office to fulfill our responsibilities successfully. I wish I could name everyone, but that would just take too much time. However, I do want to particularly thank Tina Vernon, Marcia Salter, and Julie Patterson-Hunter and their amazing staffs in the auditor, tax collectors, and clerk of the board's office. Our office works closely together on a daily basis, and we've all worked well together for many years. I have no doubt that will continue, and I wish Assessor-elect Rolf Kleinhans continued success as he takes over the helm of this office next month. I trust he will receive the same support that I have enjoyed over these last 12 years. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. With that, I'm going to open up public comment. Allison, I'm just going to start with you.
Thank you, Chair Hook. I've had the opportunity to work with Sue when she was supervisor and then as assessor. And what impressed me most about her was her work ethic. As supervisor, she leaned in issues. She was very present and well-informed. And as assessor, I remember before she took seated office, she came in and learned every duty in that office on her own initiative. So when she came in, not only was she looking at the policy level, but also the day-to-day. So she continued to impress me, and she was a joy to work with, and she contributed greatly to our leadership team as well. Thank you.
Nice. Is there any other public comment? Julie, is there anybody online, or is there any written comments?
No callers or written comment, Chair.
Okay. With that, I'm going to close public comment. Again, Bruce, please let her know how we wish she was here today, to be able to say this, but we'll see her again before the end of the year and before January. So the Board of Supervisors is appreciative and grateful for Sue for her many years of public service, and I'd like to give you this to give to her.
Let's do a quick photo op, is that okay?
Bruce.
Hey, I've heard it. One, two, three. Thank you.
Okay, we have one more. This is just a great moment for recognition this morning, and we're just thankful for all these folks that have been here over the years working in this county. So now I get to introduce a certificate of recognition for Marcia Salter. She's our auditor controller and has been. So I'm doing this a little bit different because there's just so much to say about you. I'm going to read this first, then we're going to make some comments, and then I'm going to, because you just have been around a while too.
Thank you.
So the Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing Marcia Salter for over 29 years of public service with 17 years as Nevada County Auditor Controller, and congratulates you for many esteemed contributions to the community. Marcia first began serving Nevada County in 1993, employing her expertise in accounting, auditing, and management before being appointed by the Board of Supervisors as the Nevada County Auditor Controller in 2005. Thereafter, she was elected and re-elected to 4 consecutive terms where she provided outstanding service, advancing both public transparency and technical operations to internal services departments outside jurisdictions of special districts. Additionally, she also served as the clerk recorder and treasurer tax collector during vacancies in 2007 and 2010, respectively. See what I mean? You have been a busy girl. During her tenure, Marcia prepared and published the county's annual comprehensive financial report and received the Government Finance Officers Association's Certificate of Achievement for Excellent 13 consecutive years, from 2007 to 2020. Under your leadership, the county was awarded Excellence in Financial Transaction Reporting by the State Controller's Office for over 20 years. And that was from 2001 to 2021. Other accomplishments include implementing 73 government accounting standards boards, those GASBs, pronouncements serving as Internal Revenue Services Steering Board, to provide guidance on fundamental enterprises systems, including the implementation and upgrade of the county's current financial management system, the county's new property tax system, contract management systems, and time recording systems. Marcia has also served as state leader serving on the California State Association of County Auditors Executive and Legislative Committees throughout the years, as well as assisting in the development of statewide resource website for county auditors. Importantly, Marcia has maintained and helped build an institutional culture throughout the county that highly values accountability, transparency, and fiscal prudence, and that ensures public funds are used solely for the public good, as provided and prescribed by the law. While ensuring that every penny is accounted for, she has worked across every department and in close coordination with both the County Executive Office, Treasurer, Tax Collector, County Physical Terms, and public administrators to drive excellence, all while serving as living example of public stewardship. That's a lot. And I gotta say, so for me, I know, I probably didn't even really realize the auditor side of things until Budget Subcommittee. And I think I might be on the weirdo that loves budget subcommittee. I'm kind of sad to be stepping down from it. I learned so much. You come in and we'll be going through things and nope, this is how this goes. We got to move this, or you have questions and you know all the answers. And that always just really impressed me. And I learned so much from you. I mean, not just walking in the hall is fun, but the down to down auditing. I'll never begin to understand all the job you do. But you always put it in a term that I could understand, and that was helpful for me. I mean, I'm not a numbers girl by any means. And when I said GASB in there, like just doing the GASBs and then the new items that come up every year, it's overwhelming. And so I'm glad you like numbers, Marcia.
Thank you.
And I'm glad you led a great office of folks that did as well, because it's such an integral part to all the finances of the county. Absolutely. And how we manage. And that's why we have a AAA standard, right? And that's from the work that you and your team really work at with this whole group. So I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
And I wish you a lot of happiness in retirement when it gets here.
Yeah, thank you.
Ed?
Well, you know, Marcia, I think one of the things that I really kind of take pride in when talking about the job of the supervisor is the financial situation and the financial control that this county has. And I've worked with some very amazing financial people, one of them being Martin Polt and his team. But I think most people don't realize that within that is the auditor Controller's Office. And Marcia, you've done such an exceptional job of that. And I'm the same as Sue, and I think I've been through, gosh, I don't know, 3 or 4 budget subcommittees, and you're just amazing to work with. We don't always agree.
That's right.
Sometimes you can be kind of tough,
Part of the
you know,
job.
but that's okay. That's what your job is. And that's why one of the primary reasons this county has been so strong financially, even through some of those very, very difficult times and some of the policies we've had. And that, what's the acronym? CARF? How is that?
Oh, the ACFR? For the
ACFR.
Now they call it ACFR. It used to be CAFR.
The
comprehensive, yeah.
Yes,
What was the comprehensive
county
annual financial report?
Annual comprehensive financial report. That is an incredible report, Marshall, and the work that you and your team puts into that is amazing. And on top of that, I feel like we're friends, and that's greatly appreciated, and hope to see more of you in your retirement too. Thank you, Marcia, for all your service.
Thank you.
Oh, Heidi?
Yeah, Marcia, thank you thank you so much for bringing the value of excellence to the county. You've made the county shine on all of the things that you've done and the awards that you've brought back and the certificates. And I mean, I love that when I love to go out there and say Nevada County rocks in all these great ways. And you've been a huge part of that. And I know it's a team effort, so thank you for your team for their work over the years. I think just watching what some of my colleagues in other counties have gone through, it's become so clear to me how incredibly important this office is. It touches everything in the county, absolutely everything, and it's so important that it's run with integrity and excellence. So I appreciate all the time and hard work you've put into making it work that way. Also, just want to thank you for your kindness. I think you're one of the first people who warmly welcomed me to the board a couple of years ago, 6 years ago now. And it was really nice because we do become like a family here, and it was really great to feel like I had an ally and friend, and that we're all in this together to make Nevada County work well. So thank you very much.
Yes,
Enjoy
thank
your
you.
retirement.
Thank you.
Dan?
Marcia Salter's smile. Walking down the hall, Marcia's always going to have a smile on her face. But you're wired a lot differently than I am as far as numbers. So, and Sue mentioned at Gatsby, my eyes glaze over when you start talking financial stuff. And budget subcommittee, Ed, you have been on 6.
6?
Yeah, you've been on 6 because I was on 4.
Okay.
And sometimes I looked forward to them, sometimes I wasn't quite so sure, but when you came in, I wanted to tune out because you start talking finances and trying to explain it, and I'd get some of it and I'd lose some of it, get some of it, but I certainly appreciate your knowledge and the ability to dummy it down for people who aren't wired like you are. And I appreciate the years, so thanks, Marcia.
Thank you.
Hardy?
Yeah, I think it's all been said, but I wanted to pass along. We missed each other by 1 year on the budget subcommittee. As going into the budget subcommittee, you're rolling off, so it would have been an honor to work with you, but I know your predecessor is going to do great in working through that.
Yes.
It's really already been said, but 29 years of service is something to really be proud of, and the ups and downs, and both financially and then the wins of politics and community and all the things that it takes to keep your office effective and your employees engaged. So I just want to thank you for that. And then last year when we got the GFO award, I posted on my social media because I was so proud of the fact that the level of excellence and transparency that you bring to that budgeting process in our finances is quite remarkable. And so I kind of did a deep dive into GASB and our work in meeting those standards. And so I just wanted to say thank you again for continuing to bring that excellence to this county and to that office. So good luck to you going forward.
Thank you.
Well, Marcia, what do you think after 28 years?
Well, 29. But who's counting? No, thank you for all the kind words. I really appreciate that. And, I think I'm a little bit in denial, but I don't know, where'd all the time go? I've loved my job, and it just seems like, year after year after year, you don't really think about it. You think about what can we do better? What can we do now? How can we help the county? How can we help the citizens? And And I so appreciate my staff, both past and present. The office would not do as well as it did without their dedication, and I know several of them are here today, and I really thank them for their dedication, their support, and being there. And Gina Will, my assistant, she was a godsend, I guess I could say. She just came in and really helped as well, and I appreciate that. And I do think it is a family here at the county, and even though, like Ed said, we don't always agree, we all roll up our sleeves and we work together to get the job done, and we find a way to work through the issues. And I think that's why it's such a fine organization. So I so appreciate all of them. And I was trying to think, how many county administrators have I been through, or executives? How many county councils have gone through, and how many board members have gone through? But, every one of them brought their expertise. Every one of them, including yourselves, bring that piece to the table that do make the organization what it is. And so I just thank all. And I particularly want to say I'm grateful to the voters who did basically renew my job for those 4 years, and my predecessor, Bruce Bielefeld, I am forever grateful to him. When I talk about him, I get tearful. But and Dave Feldhausen, who was the assistant during the majority of my early years, and just so appreciated them both and the opportunities that they gave me. So thank you so much. And I do look forward to retirement. My husband looks forward to my retirement. He's not here. He is at home coordinating with some people we're doing some work at our house. But so thank you so much. And I'm trying not to get too tearful.
I know. Well, you make sure you let him know how much we appreciate him as well.
Thank you.
And so with that, I'm going to open up public comment. Anybody like to come? And I'll start with you, Allison.
Oh, thank you. So on behalf of our senior executive team, we have such great admiration and respect for you, Marcia, and we're really going to miss you. You've brought a level of confidence to our finances, and I don't think what most people realize is that the auditor really is the heart of our financial system. And you have demonstrated excellence, which was stated before, and then also toughness, which we truly did appreciate. So we wish you well, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Excellent. Julie, is there any written or anybody online?
No callers, Chair, and no written. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Well, Marcia, this is the beginning of a new adventure, but you still have to wait till January. Before you start that retirement part of this. But again, we just appreciate you so much, and you truly will be missed. I will miss that smile on the way to our bio breaks. That's where I get to see you the most, unless we're in a meeting. And
The best meetings are in that hallway.
They are. But we do appreciate you. We thank you so much, and we have this beautiful certificate again, and the Board of Supervisors, what it says, we take great pleasure in recognizing Marcia Salter for many years of public service and wishes her the best in her future endeavors. We thank you so much, Marcia.
Thank you.
Yeah, listen. Come and get a picture.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Perfect, thank you.
But I got a 10 o'clock.
Or you can start.
Run fast. Okay. I know that took a little longer than normal, but those folks have worked for this county for a long time, and it's with a much appreciation for their service. So we're gonna do some general public comment, but I do need to make y'all aware that I have a scheduled item for 10. So we may have to stop and go from there, okay? So with that, I'm gonna open up public comment. And as you know, that's where members of the public are allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda and that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board.
Right,
Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name. But I will tell you that helps if I have to give you, if you ask questions for me to give you answers, what we go find if I don't know how to get a hold of you. So if you do leave that, that's helpful. No individual may speak more than once during public comment. And in the interest of civil disclosure and the responsibility of the chair to ensure public comments are conducted in such a manner that avoids disruptive activity and promotes mutual respect, keeps comments focused on issues, and provides personal attack. So with that, I'm going to open up public comment. And I do want to make one comment or let you know that there is an item on the consent agenda about the mine, and that will be pulled. I have, somebody has already asked for that to be pulled, one of my board members. So if that's what you're looking to speak on, I'm gonna let you know that will be on, that will be on the consent agenda. Okay, so let's get started. Good morning.
Paul Carner. There is an individual who works at Lycas, goes by the name of Gary, and he wears an ankle monitor. I've had a problem with him for many, many months now. And I'm going to read to you the last email I received from probation and parole. Well, let me go ahead and start by saying that I had told him everything, including the boy's tag number, where he sleeps, which is in the, oftentimes in the New York hotel parking lot, which is, of course, in between probation and parole office and the vehicles that they use. And he writes back to me, the court may have ordered the ankle monitor as a condition of bail, or the person may be on state parole. Again, without more identifying information regarding the individual, I do not know how I can assist you. Additionally, could you please clarify what allegations you are making against this person that our office could act upon if he was on probation? So Gary's down at Lycas right now. And if anybody wants to come watch, I'll go get in his line of sight, and he'll begin to cuss me and call me all sorts of ugly names right in front of probation and parole officers. Thank you very much. I'd like to know, of course, why, but I don't think y'all know.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Christy Hubbard. I'm a District 3 homeowner and a representative of the Wells Coalition. We're a group of well owners near the Idaho-Maryland mine, and our purpose is to protect our only source of water, our wells. And we have several people, if you'd show a hand, that are with us today. We're astounded that a comprehensive domestic well monitoring program was not established before the draft environmental impact report for Rise Gold's mine was published. It's a necessary step to establishing the baseline data required by CEQA. We're here today to ask the county to facilitate the development of this program and work with the community to ensure its viability. Even though there are over 300 domestic wells near the mine, the draft report did not include current monitoring data from these wells. It relied only on some sparse data from over 15 years ago. The proposed approach is to install just 15 non-domestic monitoring wells in the future to do the job of estimating impacts for all water supply wells. With our complex fractured bedrock spread over thousands of acres, monitoring well levels at 15 locations couldn't possibly provide the data needed to precisely and immediately identify or mitigate groundwater impacts across hundreds of wells. Timing of baseline data collection is another issue. With mine dewatering, previous dry years, and the drought likely to continue, a domestic well monitoring program is vital in determining a baseline for groundwater quantity and quality prior to any dewatering. Collecting data takes time, though, requiring a minimum of 3 years before a reliable baseline could be established. Also, this data is critical to help determine if mining or drought conditions are the cause of an impact to a well. CEQA requires that a baseline be established prior to the evaluation of a project. Also, under CEQA, a mitigation measure must be achievable, enforceable, and must be capable of actually reducing the project's impacts. The draft report's approach does not achieve any of these requirements. It acknowledges that more groundwater level data is needed to assess potential impacts, but the critical flaw is that it defers development of that data for later. One place in the report says it would happen after the environmental report is finalized. Another place says it would happen after dewatering begins. Neither approach complies with CEQA. In summary, not having a baseline established by a domestic well monitoring program before publishing an environmental report is unacceptable. Our wells are not currently being monitored. Since it would take Risegold several years to establish a reliable baseline, we request that this program be initiated sooner rather than later. Your response is appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christine. If you'd like to leave your copy of that with or send it through email so we have a copy of that.
Of course, absolutely. I have that, and we actually have a little set because there are 5 of us from the Wells Coalition and a couple of volunteers beyond that that are with us today.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Saul Henson. I grew up on the San Juan Ridge and hold a master's degree in hydrology. I'm the president of the San Juan Ridge Taxpayers Association and speak for the association today. In 1995, I'm here to talk about the importance of baseline monitoring for wells to protect our community from industrial mining impacts. In 1995, Siscon Gold operated a gold mine in the North Columbian Diggins on the San Juan Ridge. During mining operations, they breached a water-bearing fault 300 feet underground. This breach led to water quantity and quality impacts to at least a dozen wells, including the wells for our middle school and the Community Cultural Center. These impacts occurred up to 2 miles from the breached location. This was a disaster for those whose wells were affected, but we still do not know the extent of well impacts in the area. Some wells may have lost 50% capacity or had arsenic levels rise above drinking water standards, but without baseline data, owners could not prove that the mine had impacted their wells. This was a single catastrophic event. Wells are more commonly impacted by the extraordinary amount of water pumped out of mine tunnels just to maintain daily industrial mining operations. Over time, millions of gallons of water a day must be removed from the surrounding fractured bedrock aquifer. In such cases, well impacts can be slow to develop and can be hidden within seasonal cycles. In 2012, the San Juan Ridge Mine Corporation submitted a new permit application to mine the North Columbia Diggins. Exhibiting due diligence and with community input, the county helped to create a baseline monitoring program for domestic wells. This program established a baseline through monthly collection of water quantity and quality data before the DEIR was produced. This information would have been invaluable for the environmental review process. Should the mine have been permitted, well owners would have had recourse to say with some confidence if their well had been impacted. We firmly support the precedent of baseline monitoring for projects of such scale and impacts as the Idaho-Maryland mine. Significant monitoring programs have been developed in the past for the Idaho-Maryland mine site, including for the 1996 permit to dewater the mine for exploration and the 2008 M-Gold mine environmental review process. It is unclear why the current Risegold effort to permit the Idaho-Maryland mine lacks a monitoring program that would form a baseline for water quantity and quality of domestic wells in the surrounding area. We believe the community is owed these safeguards and that CEQA requires it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Henson. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Gary Perazzi, and I live in District 3. I'm a well owner and also a member of the Wells Coalition. The proposed well mitigations in the draft EIR for Risegold fail to acknowledge risks posed to the domestic wells in the surrounding area of the Idaho-Maryland mine project, and in doing so does not provide protection to those wells from impacts due to the dewatering of the mine. The draft EIR for Risegold states, quote, all potentially impacted wells are located in the East Bennett Road area. Domestic water wells outside this area will not be impacted, end quote. But expert opinion contradicts the certainty of this statement, citing repeatedly the uncertainties in hydrological predictions and impacts to wells. The M. Gold's 2008 DEIR for the Idaho Maryland mine states, quote, "The geological formation in which the mine is located is fractured bedrock whose hydrology is difficult to predict. Therefore, reliance on domestic well level monitoring program data will be required to assess impacts and discern appropriate mitigation measures for each domestic well owner," end quote. After reviewing the hydrology computer model for the DEIR for Rise Gold, an expert hydrologist in groundwater modeling stated, even with a well-calibrated model, it has a large uncertainty to it in its predictions. It turns out that this model is not well calibrated, so the uncertainties are almost certainly larger, end quote. A review of the current draft EIR by Baseline Environmental Consultants states, quote, "There's a high level of uncertainty associated with groundwater model that's used in the DEIR as a justification to identify a small subset of the domestic wells in the East Bennett area that are likely to be adversely affected by the project, and to characterize impacts to a vast number of other domestic wells in the project vicinity as less than significant. This is a flawed approach and provides no assurances for residents and businesses that rely on groundwater wells in the region." Even the hydrologist who prepared the hydrology computer model for the current draft EIR told the NID Board of Directors, quote, "With fractured rock, there will always be uncertainty, and during my career, there won't be any 100% confidence in predictions," end quote. It's because of these uncertainties that we are appealing to you to require protection for all wells with a domestic well monitoring program before the draft EIR is finalized and prior to any dewatering of the mine. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
And a copy of my statement has been left with the
Perfect.
clerk. Thank you.
That helps. It all goes on to public record, but it sure helps my clerk. Thank you.
Morning, Tony Loria. As a well owner in District 1, I'd like to make sure you all know how serious our concerns are regarding the Idaho Maryland mine. It's imperative that we have a process in place to gather baseline data for our wells before there is any further movement on this proposal. We could literally be facing life-altering circumstances and complete financial ruin without it. For miles in every direction from the site, we have densely populated land and hundreds of homes with domestic wells that produce our only source of clean water. In the event of a well gone dry during dewatering, we would be thrown into chaos trying to save our families from severe undue hardship. Imagine this real possibility in your own home. You wake up and discover the pressure is gone from your faucets. The toilet flushed, but it's not refilling. Your spouse and maybe kids are asking, "What's wrong with the water?" Your face goes pale. A million thoughts run through your mind. "Oh my God, without water, my property is worthless." How could this have happened? Where is the protection from my county? It's catastrophic, and you have no recourse to blame the obvious cause, let alone options for a solution, since no plans were in place to secure your rights and prevent the demise of your well. This is by no means overstating the danger. There are facts by historical example all over the gold mining West. There are facts by expert hydro professionals, and there's the granddaddy of all facts, gravity. Nothing can stop it from drawing down water to the lowest point. Undeniably, it's impossible to know where the water highways are below us. It's simply not acceptable to overlook the necessary protections or downplay the high-risk consequences of mining operations in populated areas with hundreds of primary water source wells. There should be no expense spared by the proposing mine company and governing county to ensure every well owner will be 100% protected from loss, damage, and contamination. This begins with a comprehensive well monitoring program before any other due process continues. This should have been in place long ago. Ultimately, the future must include infrastructure for immediate transfer to equal alternative water source at zero cost to all residents forever. No one would want anything less for their family and life investment in their home. I don't believe anyone here today would accept even the tiniest risk they could lose their water in exchange for gold in the pockets of strangers. We implore the board to mandate this well monitoring starting point for our protection immediately. Thank you for addressing this matter with action.
Thank you. Okay, so hold on just one second. I do have a 10 o'clock timed item today. Is there anyone in here that's here for the timed item? I need to know if Lieutenant Bringoff do we have to do that, or do I need to take a break from this? I want to make sure I do this
Hook,
right.
It's your discretion. You could go ahead and continue with public comment for another 10, 15 minutes. And then we do have Bringoff here, who's here for the item, and I don't see any other public.
Okay, and is that fit your schedule too? You're here on so I'm gonna let this go on for another 15, if that's okay, and we'll do our timed item at 10:20. How's that? Thank you so much. Okay, so let's go on with public comment.
Thank you for your flexibility. Thank you, sir. Hi, I'm Ralph Silberstein, president of CEA Foundation, and I'm here at the request of the Wells Coalition to talk about CEQA baselines. The California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, does not allow deferral of important studies necessary to characterize a project's impacts. According to CEQA guidelines, section 15125, an EIR must include an accurate description of a property's environmental setting, which provides, quote, the baseline conditions by which a lead agency determines whether an impact is significant, unquote. It goes on to state that this baseline, quote, should describe physical environmental conditions as they exist at the time the notice of preparation is published, unquote. In other words, before the draft is prepared. The purpose of this requirement is, for CEQA guidelines, quote, to give the public and decision makers the most accurate and understandable picture practically possible of the project's likely near-term and long-term impacts, unquote. And the court case of Save Our Peninsula versus Monterey County, 2001, affirmed that point, quote, without a determination and description of the existing physical conditions on the property at the start of the environmental review process, the EIR cannot provide a meaningful assessment of the environmental impacts of the proposed project, unquote. Note that the Rise Gold project draft EIR clearly acknowledges that this baseline is needed. It states that for each domestic well, a protected and seasonally average water level shall be estimated, quote, which will serve as a baseline groundwater level, unquote. But this incorrectly defers the collection of the needed groundwater data to after the EIR process is over. Let's look at this using common sense. Unless the EIR identifies current well levels, it cannot establish performance criteria and evaluate how dewatering may impact wells, and it's not possible to define appropriate mitigations. For example, Rise Gold's hydrology model estimates that water levels will drop between 1 and 10 feet for over 150 wells, but there is no current data that could tell what the impact would be to well owners. A 2-foot drop could be critical. How would that be determined? Are some wells near failure? We don't know. CEQA law, county precedents, and common sense all say the same thing. Collection of data must not be deferred until some future date. Current domestic well monitoring data needs to be included in a revised draft EIR to establish a baseline so that it can be reviewed and then used in the decision-making process. The Wells Coalition members are alarmed that the county seems to be skipping this important step. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Board. How are you doing today? And in our continuing conversation about the rule of law, and especially, again, November 8th, 1960, today we honored Mr. Diaz, who runs our elections office, and he can certainly attest to the power of the people and the sanctity of their vote. And in 1960, in the general election, the people voted on Proposition 12. Mm-hmm. Proposition 12 did one thing very specifically. It repealed the California Constitution. It did, flat out. In fact, even the state legislature acknowledged that Proposition 12 repealed Article 22, Section 12 of the California Constitution. When they did that, they effectively eliminated your authority to govern us. In fact, it eliminated their authority to govern us. So we have a very big problem here in California, and all of the 58 counties. Nevada County is not immune from this. And this is a conversation that you as a board are going to have to start having with the people as to why you're still exerting authority in governing us when, in fact, in 1960, all of that authority was repealed. And, in listening to the previous speakers talking about the mine issue, as somebody who lives over at top of a mine, Measure C back in, 1986, that was one of the key things that shut that project down, was because we, the people, went through the process to make sure that our water rights were going to be preserved. And what did the Board of Supervisors do in the 11th hour? They threw out all of the hard work that we, the people, did with the planning department to ensure our water rights would be preserved. So again, as you sit there and are contemplating how you're going to be deciding what happens with the Idaho-Maryland mine, just remember, something happened in 1960 that revoked your authority. You have no authority to vote for anything that will enable that mine to operate. You have no authority to do anything in this county, and that this board needs to start making preparations as to how you're going to be dissolving your corporation, which was dissolved by law in 1960. So again, I'm looking forward to the answer to the letter that we sent you by just before Thanksgiving. And hopefully, by the beginning of the year, we can pick this up again and find a resolution that works for we, the people. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for extending the time. My name is Denise Spielberg. I'm in District 3. Most people have given up, but I still have hope that you'll respond to reason and science. On December 1st, Nevada County Health Department released a letter to local schools. This letter talked about the issues with RSV and how to respond to it. One of the recommendations was to get the COVID vaccine, a vaccine made for an outdated variant that has nothing to do with RSV, except that it is known to wipe out people's immune system so they are more susceptible. The health department is, at best, recommending a vaccine that the data shows never protected against getting infected and never protected against transmission. But unfortunately, that isn't the worst of it. Doctors in the UK are begging their health agency not to make the mistake our regulators, in quotes, did in recommending the vaccine for children. They're referencing Pfizer's own study data. Sweden and Denmark paused the Moderna vaccine for those under 40 and those under 18, respectively. Why are these countries not recommending the one or the other of these vaccines for children? Because the data is so clear and compelling that young people are being damaged and dying at unprecedented rates. One peer-reviewed, population cohort-based Danish study of over 4.9 million people published in the BMJ medical journal showed a significantly increased risk of myocarditis and myopericarditis in 12 to 39-year-olds. This is only one of hundreds of studies available, and which I will send you via email. Do you know that the UK population data by number of vaccine doses per person, age stratified so that each category is 100,000 person years, shows that all-cause mortality in 21 and 22, the years 21 and 22, among the vaccinated through May of 22, which is when they stopped publishing the breakdown, all-cause mortality is 26% worse overall in the vaccinated people. And even more alarmingly, it is 49% worse for those under the age of 50. Those not dying of COVID. All-cause mortality in those under 50 is 49% worse. It wasn't even close to this kind of all-cause mortality in 2020 when COVID was rampant. In addition, there have been huge drops in birth rates worldwide while seeing massive increases in infertility, miscarriage, fetal demise, and fetal malformation. These babies represent the future of humanity, and the data reveals we are killing them. What is Nevada County doing recommending this vaccine to young people?
Thank you. And I think you did you sent it via email as well, right?
I will. I haven't yet.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing today?
We're good. I hope you're well.
I am. I got a little pain in my groin
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
from a little wheelbarrow work. But, you know, it was kind of cool. One thing I noticed we did today is we did the Pledge of Allegiance. How many of you in your hearts today can grok what's behind that Pledge of Allegiance? How many of you say that's a bunch of bunk? We're now a world economy. We're now beyond politics. We like to watch Facebook. We go on Facebook. We are told on Facebook now what to believe. You want to take my photo? You should. So I'm really here I appreciate all the comments that have been made. And as supervisors, I'm asking you all to really look at what you're buying into, whether it's the mining benefit, whether it's the agenda to vaccinate the planet forcibly, which is done piecemeal so we don't really track the steps. Because the data is in on the vaccination program, as Denise was able to give us a good idea. The data is in. Whether the mainstream controlled media, which is corporate, please remember, corporate, will ever reveal the real dialogue, the real data coming from dedicated and experienced experts in the medical and epidemiological fields. That's not going to happen. So I'm here to be your conscience. My name's Ludi Henricks. I've lived here for over 30 years, and I care about this county. And I hope you guys care too in your hearts. What if your water goes out? What if your grandkids are told they have to be vaccinated, which could injure them against your will? These are the things to think about. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ludi.
Morning. My name is John Vaughn. I'm a 55-year resident of Nevada County. Our well is approximately 100 yards from the southwest corner of the Rise mineral rights. I'm going to read a few comments from Dr. David Chambers in response to the Rise Gold draft EIR. Dr. Chambers has an engineering degree in physics from the Colorado School of Mines and a PhD in geophysics from UC Berkeley. In part, Dr. Chambers' comments speak to the necessity for well monitoring and the risk of catastrophic events. Dr. Chambers comments, quote, "There is no discussion or disclosure of the operational water quality treatment needs or processes. This completely circumvents any discussion or analysis of what the contaminants might be, what contaminants would be monitored, and where monitoring would take place. The monitoring plan should incorporate all elements of monitoring, including surface and groundwater." Regarding dewatering, Dr. Chambers comments, quote, "There are 2 points to note. The Union Hill mine is very close to the Idaho-Maryland mine at several levels. There has been a possible weak hydraulic connection between the mines." Dr. Chambers continues, "The EIR suggests there is no significant hydraulic connection between the mines, but the discussion from the EIR suggests there could be some connection. and what is not known is whether this hydraulic connectivity could increase in the future. He continues, if a conduit between these two mines were to open, for instance, due to the widening of a fracture related to blasting vibrations or a seismic event, the flood water into the mine could be rapid and catastrophic. That's the end of Dr. Chambers' quotes. In my opinion, at a minimum, if this project is approved, comprehensive well monitoring as described in the M Gold proposal should be required. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Ann Coleman, and I live over the mine acreage. And so I'm here to ask you to really look at our water that's out there. I think I've done my part. I put in a 5,000-gallon tank just for fire because water is so precious out there. I also put in 2,500-gallon tank in order to have potable water when and if the mine is approved and my water disappears. And I think that's proactive. So I'm here to ask you to also be proactive. It's really important to me that you look at the damage that the mine could do and most likely will do. I think of it more like a sinkhole. Once you start pumping out all that water, pumping out my water and my neighbor's water, it's just gravity's gonna take over, it's gonna follow down, and we're really not sure where those cracks and faults and those lines are, and so that's really, really important to me. I would ask that you look at the monitoring system that's being proposed here, the comprehensiveness, the time over time quality, so if something does happen, should this project get approved, we have some recourse. And I think it needs to not come through RISE, it needs to come through you guys at RISE's expense. I think that's pretty important, is that if we're asking them to do their own monitoring, there's a credibility issue in my mind that just doesn't quite work. So all that kind of monitoring, the quality, the quantity, all those things are really, really important to me. So the other thing is to have a plan should it go bad. What's going to happen? How are we going to mitigate it? How are we going to replace trees and groundwater and all those kind of things? So I'm just here asking you as a citizen who's going to be directly affected that you do your part and do it now and not wait till afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bill Jewell. I live on East Bennett in the mine zone. I would encourage the five of you as stewards of this county to take a trip up to Canada and really look at what Mr. Mossman and his company have done up there before we give 1 ounce of consideration to him doing business here as a Nevada state corporation working here in Nevada County, California. The funny paper trail that this guy's putting together, the guy has not done his job of taking care of the communities he's destroyed in Canada. Give some serious thought to what you're doing to all of us by allowing this to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Calvin Clark from Rough and Ready, and I do believe the governments were instituted for the benefit of men and not for governments. And so it was really astonishing that you guys gave yourselves a pay raise, and then you tried to do a tax increase, and we see some real concerns. And then you took all that money to push vaccinations on the public. You know, ProsecuteNow.io won the lawsuit against Joe Biden regarding the mandates with the Airline Pilots Association after 2 pilots suffered heart attacks. Several of them had strokes and heart attacks. And that is because of the COVID vaccine and the spike protein. We found concerns, and you didn't provide a transparency system even to warn parents in this county. And I requested that you warn the parents that go to school in this county of the dangers of vaccinations. Now, as a question, has any of you had the 72 doses that children are required to get?
So
Has anybody received all 72 doses of the vaccines that children get by the time they're 18? Okay, So, and those who choose to get the vaccines or the bioweapon, that's a choice. But children you have a duty to provide a disclosure of the current reports that come in and the lawsuits that win against the tyrants who have conspired to kill us. And so the next lawsuit is about remdesivir, which they did studies and they found about 99 out of 100 people actually die very shortly after being on remdesivir. And so why did they ban ivermectin? Why did they do things like that? You know, there's a great statement that was published in the Union by a gentleman who volunteered to be the public health officer, but instead you hired somebody from out of the area. And he said, there will never again be lockdowns, social distancing, closing down of so-called non-essential businesses, mass testing, contact tracing, and mandatory vaccinations for a social disease that can only be tamed by natural immunity. Where did the flu virus go? Yeah. So, you know, what has been done in the name of COVID should concern every single person upon this planet. And you 5 supervisors are going to take with you your voting history of what you've done to implement tyranny, small strings of tyranny upon us. I'm not going to talk about whether or not you guys have been bribed by the mine money or any of that. But you know what? You guys better wake up because the people do not like corruption. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Julie. Is there anyone online?
We do have one caller.
Okay, let's take that caller, and then we're going to close public comment.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Are you there? Good morning, caller.
Hello. Hi, Sue. This is Matthew Coulter calling in.
Hi, Matthew.
And since I think your ears open to the Rise Gold situation, I'd just like to mention the things that they've done for us already since they came to town to do test drilling. And that is be fined for water violations, tree removal, soil being pushed into South Fork of Wolf Creek, their lands they own on Bennett Street that the slag will be dumped on. We've had the Bennett Street fire from the homeless camp that's allowed to persist there, and the open dumping on their land that is just outrageous. It looks like a mini dump out there with car parts and all kinds of stuff out there, right off of Bennett Street, right across from the state park, which is in a water drainage. So if they can't even come to town saying, hey, we want to do something for you, and do the basics that anyone else in town would be required to do with their land, and not let things run off it, not let fire hazards exist, noise hazards, dust hazards. And I'm just wondering why they're being given such a free rein to do even the test drilling element of the job, let alone being considered for a massive expansion. Now, we've got a lot of sinkholes around town. We've got a lot of mitigation projects from previous mine breaches. Allison Ranch Road, that big settling pond, Magenta Drain at Empire Mine, right in the Grass Valley Sewage Treatment Plant, there's a mitigation tanks there. Basically, we live on a very heavily trampled area that was one thought only was really given into it, except for a few agriculture pockets, and that was gold. It was trampled very heavily to even get an environmental law to stop the hydraulic mining because of what it was destroying. So it just seems like we need to grow out of the greed phase and move into a little bit more community benefit phase, not what we can take, but what we can give. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to come back to our timed item that's late. Sorry about that, everyone. And my apologies to Lieutenant that coming in. So we are going to open up a public community forum regarding the Truth Act. And here we are. Thank you, Lieutenant Bringoff, for being here. And you're going to do a PowerPoint presentation for us.
It's going to be pretty abbreviated. Every year we talk about statistics related to the Truth Act. I'll give you a quick Reader's Digest on what the Truth Act is and why we're doing it. And then I'll tell you that the statistic is 0, and we can determine if we want to continue with the PowerPoint presentation or not,
Okay.
which shows zeros in all the statistic categories. So the Truth Act requires local law enforcement agencies, prior to an interview between ICE and an individual in custody, to provide a written consent form that would explain the purpose of the interview, that it's voluntary, and that the individual can decline the interview. The law also requires that we provide these forms translated in multiple different languages for the inmate to understand what's going on. We also have to make sure that we ensure fair notice to every individual. The Truth Act requires that if a local law enforcement agency provides ICE with notification of their release date and time, then the local law enforcement agency is also supposed to provide that to the individual and their attorney, or their permitted designee, whoever they choose. And lastly, the idea behind this is to increase transparency with the public so that everybody knows how we're cooperating and if we're cooperating with ICE. Typically, ICE will get a hold of us. ICE is the investigating body for the Department of Homeland Security. ICE will get a hold of us and ask for us to put a hold on an inmate. Essentially what that does is it allows ICE time to determine whether they're going to start deportation arrangements or hearings, and then there's the due process that goes along with that deportation. Typically, we don't comply and hold. We let them know the release date, and if ICE wants to talk to the people, we serve them with some paperwork. We didn't have any in 2021. I'm reporting statistics for 2021. It's probably not quite as timely as we'd like. We're amending that practice in the future to be able to provide you with statistics for the previous year a couple months into the next calendar year. So right now we're reporting statistics for 2021. The stats are 0. We had no forms served to anybody, no ICE holds. There's no demographics to report. The law does require us to have a public forum when there are statistics, but I think at this point we said, let's be safe rather than sorry and make sure we report out for 2021. Our statistics are 0. I'm happy to answer any questions. I believe the reason for that is likely the fact that the jail was locked down pretty hard in 2021. We weren't taking in a lot of new marshals contract, and that's typically where we find the opportunity to serve ICE detention requests. So that's where we're at.
Very interesting. Okay, let me go to my board with questions.
Sure.
Hardy?
Thank you. I don't have any specific, just one clarification on the marshal requests that come in for detainment at our facility versus the local population that may be incarcerated there. Can you just describe those two different types of activities for me?
So the difference between the marshals population and our local population.
Yep, exactly.
Marshals is a contract population. We contract with the marshals to house pre-sentence detainees. And we're allowed to sort of pick and choose who we house, and that's an opportunity for the jail to cooperate with the marshal service and house people.
Okay, and the other inmate population is essentially
The other inmate
anybody that-
population, yeah, it's going to be, there's a lot of different places they can come from, but typically local jurisdiction, local sentencing, and local pre-sentencing, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I was just curious why the difference. And COVID was locked down. Obviously, we retain the right to turn down marshal requests.
That's correct.
Is that just over time?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Thanks, Hardy. Ed? No question? Dan? Heidi? No question? Okay, with that, though, I do have to open up the public community forum. So if there's any public comment on this item, you're welcome to come up and speak.
My father was a deputy, and I appreciate the independence of our local police. I support our local police and strive to keep them independent so that they can fulfill their local and personal responsibilities to keep our community safe. I saw it last night in the news, some tragic information, I think, that the circumstances in Mexico are so bad that they don't keep anybody out usually, but then what happens is they come across our border. We've had Muslim terrorists, we've had Chinese terrorists, we have people that have bad criminal records, And then we have a whole bunch of innocent people caught in the middle of that, coming into trying to have some religious freedom and other types of freedom. I have just a simple question, and that is, what are really the statistics? And maybe we should actually have our Board of Supervisors maybe perhaps have an evening meeting to discuss, the crime rates, and if there are increased crime rates. We've certainly seen the murders down in Auburn and other places throughout California from people who had no, they weren't from here. They're not local. And the rapes and the abuse and the knifing killings are rampant. So if you do have time and you want to maybe take a minute and talk about perhaps some of the things that we can do, since yesterday in the news they said 1,000 people just came across the border in one town alone. So if you have any idea, and maybe perhaps how many people are with criminal records are in our country that are not citizens of this country and don't obey the laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Yeah, my name is Dr. Patrick Wagner. I had actually had a conversation with you, Lieutenant Bringoff, at the request of the Board of Supervisors for that to occur. Remember? Yep. And what we talked about was didn't really cut it for me, I was curious about the death rate due to coronavirus and the proper documentation of that, and I wanted to have the Nevada County, what do you call him, the physician that's down in Auburn. What's his name?
So
today, who is he?
This
anyway,
is about...
This is about statistics. It is about statistics.
Does this have to do with ICE and...
Oh, it has to do a lot with Lieutenant Bringoff, because Lieutenant Bringoff told me that he was as far as it goes as the acting coroner to discuss the matters of COVID and statistics, and that applies directly to your jail.
So, but this is really, this is about, I don't want to interrupt you all the way, but this is about customs. But this is about customs enforcement. This is about customs enforcement.
Statistics that have to do with customs, and it has to do with the citizens of this county.
I understand you, but I'm just saying, this is the public
Lieutenant
hearing.
Bringoff, are you willing to have a conversation with me, with the health examiner, and with the people in the local hospital?
Chair Hook, I would advise for the comments to stay on topic and for all questions and comments to be directed to the board.
Yeah, so really, you need to be talking to me for one thing, and it needs to be on the Truth Act.
You are really a bad boy.
So, please, let's stick on to, we need to be on topic.
It ain't over, folks.
Okay.
It's not over.
Okay.
It's not over.
It's over right now. Thank you very much.
Congrats.
Thank you. Sorry, Lieutenant. Okay, is there anybody online?
I do have one caller, Chair.
Okay.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Are you there?
Yes. Hi, Sue.
Okay.
Matthew Coulter. I just had a couple of questions. One is, are we still quarantining people for 10 days when they're admitted to the jail? And this does relate to COVID because it seems like certain populations within California, and especially transferred through the Marshal Service and ICE, are in more COVID-prone areas, at least they say, when they do the questionnaire at the jail. And I'm just wondering if we're going more into lockdown on COVID, like Yuba County and Los Angeles and other places in California, or if we're coming out of it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Matt. So let's go back to that. Is there no one else online, Julie?
No, Chair.
Okay, and there's no other public comment, so I'm going to close public comment on the forum, and then maybe you can just address any of those questions that were just there, especially from, but it looks like we have none in there. We do know there is a population of folks coming in across the border, but we're not seeing that in Nevada County, so maybe you can just address those questions.
No problem, Chair. I'm not prepared to discuss any statistics related to immigration status of people and the rates of crime related to immigrants and non-immigrants. That's not what I'm here to discuss, and I don't have those statistics, and it would just be guessing, and that's not very responsible. So I'm not going to respond to that. As far as the other stuff, I'm not prepared to respond about COVID and COVID protocols. I'm here to speak about the Truth Act, which I've done. That statistic that I provided is 0, and I don't really have anything else to add to the benefit of those questions. So.
Okay, thank you. If somebody has others questions, they can always reach out to you individually or send you an email.
Absolutely.
Okay, with that, I appreciate that. And with that, I'm going to close that forum, but I am going to come back to the board. Does have any other questions? No?
I make a motion, we accept the report.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Julie, can you call the roll?
Yes, District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Okay, thank you very much. So with that, I'm going to open up the consent calendar. These are items that are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They're either renewal contracts, amendments, or items that have previously come before the board. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. The supervisor will take these under concern, and then we'll go from there. So today we have the consent calendar, which is items 5 through 37. I will say we are pulling item 29 is pulled. And then with that, I would open up public comment for any of the items on consent. Okay, no public comment on consent today. Julie, is there any written? Okay.
My concerns are starting off with item number 31. Somebody bent that a little bit. Item 31 has to do with this budget, and the concerns about this budget, the subdocuments show an attachment A. Did you all read that in very good detail? There's some discrepancies. I just wondered if you could explain them. The adjustment on page where it says under the subtotal of $2,171,400, and then there's another subtotal of $1.685,106 under the behavioral health. These are adjustments. So could you help me understand what these adjustments, why the budgets did not include these from the beginning of the year, and how you can add $1.6 million and $2.1 million in the budget?
Okay, thank you.
I'm not done. I'm asking a question.
Okay.
I'd like an answer. Where's the department heads that can
When you're
that?
done, give me your items that you want, and then we'll come back and
Well, you
answer
might
those.
forget them because
I'm writing them down.
I don't really get them answered. So
So
that's,
actually, I'm going to clarify that. We even gave you need to leave us some information, how to get a hold of you to give you information.
well, I thought you guys read this critically to ask
So
the
no, but I'm just
questions of
saying, when
how
you-
is another one
I don't want to argue with you,
that's
Calvin. Let's tell me which other ones you want to do, please.
$3.7 million is
Calvin,
somehow going to be
You're
used
wasting
for
time, so tell
something.
me which other items you'd like to comment
Well,
on.
you're
31 is one of them. Go ahead.
If you could restore some time, then I'd be able to have the rest of the presentation that I'm making. But you've cut my time off again.
Mm-hmm.
So am I going to speak, or I was waiting for an answer, and that's not an answer.
So
So the other thing is the item, I would like this polled, this approval of this budget polled until we can have a public meeting where people can get answers to their questions. That's the first one. So I want you to poll item number 31. Also, the item regarding the Auditor Controller's Office, it appears that you're going to appoint somebody, and I'm going to advise.
So that's not on consent.
That's not on
That's on the
consent? Oh, that's
agenda.
coming later? Okay. So then the last thing is regarding this amount of money that's being put into behavioral health, I want it itemized as to what pay scales they're getting, the pay increases they got in the behavioral health and all public health. You've spent over $170 million is what I calculated under cars and SARS. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other public comment on the consent items?
We do have one caller.
Okay, let's bring that caller in, please.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Are you there?
Matthew Coulter. Yeah,
Hey, Matthew.
I'm just going to say, wow, dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign. And yeah, end of the year, pack it in. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Any other comments or written comments, Julie? Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to come back to the board. So does anybody have anything they want to pull otherwise?
Madam Chair, I would pull item number 31. I think we have people here to explain just how we handle that.
Heidi, anything from you?
Just 29, thanks.
Dan? Okay, so I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda minus 29, item 29 and item 31.
I'll move to approve the consent minus 29 and 31.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Julie, could you call the roll?
Yes, District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Oh, yes.
And District 4.
District 4, yes. Okay, with that, we're going to go to, since Barry's here, this is great, I appreciate that, so Barry, on item number 31, could you give a little explanation how we come with these budget amendments?
Yes, Chair Hook, members of the board, Barry Anderson, I'm an analyst in the CEO's office. These amendments are arrived at or determined by departments if there are adjustments that arise due to, say, unforeseen programmatic activities. They are described in summary on that attachment A. Each of the items has a description about the driver behind the needed adjustment. And so those are submitted to the CEO's office, and we review them for reasonableness, and they're submitted to you. It's difficult to say in summary, or to apply a blanket statement to them, because they do, they represent activity throughout the the entire scope of the county services.
So, Chair Hook, we have our CFO, Martin Polt, here that could talk about how we reconcile our consolidated budget, and really appreciate Barry Anderson's support in bringing us to the board.
If I could, Ms. Lehman, I would defer to Barry. He's been very close to this, so Barry, please.
Yeah, I'd be happy. If there are specific questions on specific items, or are you looking for a more general description of the process by which the budget amendment is?
Let's talk about the process.
Okay, so the process, like I said, every quarter we do review the budget against actual expenditures and actual contract obligations. Many items are brought to your board on a case-by-case basis, say a new contract, that will have a budget amendment. However, like I said, sometimes there are what we would classify as non-controversial adjustments that need to be made. I could point some specific examples in the attachment A. For example, we have item CW1 AD06. It's the CDA administration budget. The budget was adopted with costs in one expenditure classification for their Acela software system. Those costs need to be classified as capital asset, so this budget amendment moves that money out of one class into another. There are maybe, so CW1 AD04 is another example. In transit services, they had some basically costs related to a building improvement that was not anticipated at the time, or higher than the anticipated amount during budget development. And so, viewed as non-controversial, those types of activities are submitted through this process.
Barry, I think the one that we're being looked at is the mental health $1,299,000.
That one. But the behavioral health item, yeah. So oftentimes what happens, and my understanding of these particular items, is that the state oftentimes awards additional funds, and perhaps I have to apologize. We also, part of our process is, as analysts, we have sort of specific areas of expertise. The Health and Human Services Agency is not my particular area.
Yeah, I can speak to that. Barry, which item are we looking at, please? The behavioral health items. Yeah, I can speak to that, definitely.
12. Let me ask you one, let me cut the chain. Is this money coming out of general fund money, or is this state and federal money that we're transferring in and out of different accounts that as necessary?
I appreciate that, Supervisor Miller. These dollars in these two items are definitely not general fund, and they are from the primary HHSA operating fund. I mean, the bigger one, $1.685 million, and then the 2.17. I mean, the first one is CalAIM. CalAIM is a kind of a continually changing, very large change for behavioral health that's been implemented on behalf of the state to increase the number of participants in Medi-Cal. And so it's hard to anticipate all of the changes in the budget. That's what that is. And they're using some fund balance there in their operating fund as well. And the second one is a realignment, use of fund balance. And similarly, there are contracts. As we know, behavioral health has major contracts with Turning Point, Victor, Community Support Services, and also they're increased by Medi-Cal. So I think both of those are driven by the CalAIM major state plan changes.
And we saw these amendments to the budget during different meetings at a time, mostly.
Correct.
We do have the Health and Human Services Agency CFO online if that's needed as well, if you wish to do a deeper dive on the behavioral health items specifically.
I don't need it. In fact, I would make a motion to approve item number 31.
I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. It's been
You
moved
already
and
spoke,
seconded,
Mr.
so
Clark.
we would.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
So with that, Julie, could you call the roll, please?
Yes, thank you. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
And District 4?
District 4, yes. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you, Barry, Martin, Georgette, all of you, thank you. So now we're going to go back to item 29, which was a resolution approving Amendment 3 to the contract between the County of Nevada and the Niehaus Incorporated. So we'll go from that. Thank you, Georgette.
If I could take this one.
You can, thank
Chair.
you.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to pull this because so many folks in my district contact me regularly about the mine and this study. This item is simply an addition, a small addition to the contract, and I understand that the study will actually come back to us at a later date to approve. So I don't think we need to engage in a conversation on this. I've talked to Georgette about the kind of questions there might be about this, and I'm hoping we can wait until that comes to us and have a conversation about that. I just want to use this moment to highlight that there will be a webinar on this study on December 15th at 6 o'clock that everyone is invited to participate in. You can send your questions in advance. They're going to be explaining what the study is. You can also read it online. So Georgette, do you want to just emphasize those points?
Sure. Thank you. Good morning, honorable supervisors. I'm Georgia Arno, Senior Management Analyst in the CEO's office. As Supervisor Hall said, there will be a webinar where the consultant, which we refer to by their acronym RDN, will present the findings of the report and the assumptions that were used for the analysis. As already stated, it's at 6 o'clock Thursday night, and you can find how to either register for it or the night of, just the same location. It's our website, www.nevadacounty.gov/IMM Economic Report. And that will take you to the page. You can read the report, again, sign up for the webinar, and as mentioned, submit any questions in advance or comments.
Thank you. So I just want to encourage folks who have questions about the report to go online on the 15th and learn more about what it's about. Thank you, Georgia.
Thank you.
Will they be taking any questions during the webinar, or does it all have to be pre-asked?
There will be the Q&A chat function, and to the extent possible, they'll try to answer questions, but we'll also collect the questions. And after the webinar will be recorded, so if people aren't able to view it live, they'll have the opportunity to view it afterwards, and then we'll post their presentation with the written responses to the questions that are addressed during the webinar.
And just to be clear, this is not the EIR. It's not part of the EIR. It's a separate study that the county commissioned. That EIR will be addressed at a later date at the county. Any other questions?
No questions for me. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Julie, it's been moved and seconded for item 31. Could you call the roll? Item 29.
Yes, thank you, Chair. District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
And District 4.
District 4, yes. I'm looking forward to that webinar.
Thanks, Georgette.
No, I'm not going to die on you, I promise. Okay, with that, I'm going to adjourn as the Board of Supervisors and convene as the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1 Board of Directors, and we'll go to their consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them on one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. So the consent calendar for the sanitation district is item 38A and B. Does anybody have any comments, public comment on items 38A and B? Sorry, guys, I got a cough. Okay, there's no public comment, so I'll close public comment.
Motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded for the consent calendar. Julie, can you call the roll?
Yes, thank you. District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
And District 4.
District 4, yes. With that, I would open up public comment, and that's anything that wasn't on the agenda for the Board of Directors of the jurisdiction of the Nevada County Sanitation District. Julie, is there anyone in line, or is there any written comments?
No written comments, and I'm not seeing anyone online.
Okay, great. Well, with that, we're going to adjourn as the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1, and we're going to reconvene as the Nevada County Board of Supervisors. So with that, we're going to take about 10 minutes. I know we're running a little late, but we're going to take about a 10-minute break, so we'll be back here at 10:05. I know, I don't know what.
So that's 11:05, Chair.
Thanks for the clarification. Do you think I'm not? We're all back here. So we're going to move on to our next item, and it's item 39. And Mike Dent, thank you for being here. And this is about, you're going to do a PowerPoint for us and for our Collections and Housing Director. That's what you do, and we appreciate you very much.
Thank you, Chair Hook, and greetings to the rest of the Board of Supervisors. Mike Dent, Director of Child Support, Housing and Community Services. This is a Housing and Community Service presentation. And to my left is Joe Nake. He is a program manager at Hospitality House, currently the vice chair of Continuum of Care 531, which is our continuum of care. And as of next meeting, will be the chair of COC 531. And this, through this homeless housing assistance and prevention program effort, an important partner and a co-applicant for round 3 funding. The item before you, SR 22-1552, is an informational presentation that's required by the State of California Interagency Commission on Homelessness, CAL-ICH. As part of the round 4 funding, we brought round 3 funding to you back in June, and part of the requirement for round 3 HHAP funding was the establishment of the Homeless Action Plan. And this, with round 4, requires the same public comment period, and also will bring some data forward that will start looking longitudinally with our efforts on homelessness as a coordinated effort amongst not just the nonprofit providers in our community, but our coordinated efforts to reach the end of homelessness, ideally. This notice for this particular meeting was posted on our website and outside in the lobby last week to satisfy the requirements of CAL-ICH. So what's a little strange about this process is we've already submitted our application. It was due November 29th. And so we submitted it. We, along with many other jurisdictions, including COC 531, have yet to have their public comment period due to the compressed nature of the application process. The governor on the first week in November put a pause on all of our action plans. So we only had our action plan from June approved on the 23rd of November. So it was approved after the summit meeting that I believe you attended, Supervisor Hook. So this time around for round 4 funding, as I mentioned previously, it was a co-application for about $1.2 million with the COC on round 3 that we haven't gotten the money yet. We just signed the standard agreement and submitted that 2 weeks ago. But moving forward for round 4 purposes, we will be applying just for the county funds, and the COC has asked and desires to apply for their funding separately. However, we're still following the same action plan. We're still communicating with our spending to coordinate efforts. You'll see that later on in the presentation. And all things I think are going to be well, because there is a lot of communication between the two entities. So, landscape analysis. The community's been looking for this information for a while. This is our point in time count from 2022. The data set that CAL-ICH provides us as part of round 4 application includes the numbers for our 2022 PIT count, with the asterisks because Housing and Urban Development, HUD, has not approved our numbers yet. They were submitted in April. Normally, they're approved by HUD in October. However, we haven't received that approval yet. What CAL-ICH bases their funding metrics on the PIT count. So they've suggested to all entities to apply for the same amount of money you got in round 3, what you were eligible for in round 3, and we'll let you know in January or February what your actual amount is. So we will be coming back to the board once we get the award for round 3, we have to come back to the board and amend budgets. But also for round 4, we'll come back and let you know what they allocate for us, because we're not sure. We're being told about the same, because there is about a $1 million release of funding for round 4. But the PIT count, point in time count, is something we've been doing for a very, very long time. The state used 2019 PIT count information as the baseline for round 3 funding. They're using 2022 with an asterisk because it's it's preliminary still, as our set for the round 4 funding. What happened in the middle? COVID. We didn't have to do PIC count one year, and then the other year we did a sheltered only PIC count. We weren't out in the streets trying to connect with people that were actively homeless out in the community. Moving forward, we're doing a full PIC count every year. So January 25th is our next PIC count of 2023, and we'll be doing an inside and outside count of anybody that's homeless. So, while the numbers haven't been finalized, we don't expect them to change much. These numbers, in essence, will be right around that. If not, that is it. The total is 527. That's a biggest takeaway. It's a statewide trend. Homelessness is grown a lot. Another kind of negative thing that we saw is first-time homeless. That's someone who's been homeless for, doesn't have a history of being homeless, and it's their first year of being homeless or less. We jumped up, it was nearly double. It went from 135 to 200. The other thing, the bright spot in there is the unsheltered homeless. We went from 251 to 243. That was a reduction of 6%, and I remind the board that the governor he was really mad that it was a 2% decrease. Well, we did 6, which is only 4% more, but it's a big step forward when it comes to making the trend go the right direction. That's going to be our challenge, is to keep that trending down.
So I just want to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, but when we do our PIC counts, we also, and unlike different counties, but we also do some of our youth as well, which added to our numbers, so because we really making the whole picture here in our community. So it did make our numbers look a little more, right? Because we're including them as people in our community. So I just want to point out, I think we're doing really well. I mean, we're making some real strides forward. So, but is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. And I did have some talking points on that I omitted for the sake of brevity. But between 2019 and 2022 PIC count, we had focused efforts in the transitional age youth, unaccompanied youth, and the TAY population, basically 25 and younger. Also, we had an expanded effort in the Truckee area and also in the North San Juan Ridge area. We actually had counters up there in the community this time instead of going up there to count during 2022, and we anticipate doing the same effort. And you're right, your count is tied to how hard you look and how hard you get out there. And this county gets out there and coordinates between the nonprofits and the public agencies.
Thanks, Mike.
Quick question. The sheltered, the solutions under the sheltered portion, those could be funded by any source. So those could be county, those could be partner agencies, those could be nonprofits, those could be any of the above.
Yes.
Would go in there? Okay.
Yes, correct. Domestic violence facilities, homeless shelters, hotels that maybe behavioral health has somebody in,
Voucher
or
programs.
CalWorks. Sorry?
Voucher programs?
Yep, any voucher program, recovery residences, Salvation Army, those facilities are all counted because they're temporary in nature.
Okay,
Thank you. Their strategies are the same from June. Obviously, it's only been 6 months. What could change besides another set of data to compare ourselves to? But they're the same. It's prevention and diversion. That reduces the inflow, outreach and supportive services. That's what you do all day. And expanded shelter capacity, what another arm of Hospitality House is the leader in. And then increased housing stock. There's the answer. You need units, you need places to put them. And then collaboration and community partners. Those remain the same. To set the stage for the public's information, we wanted to go back to the county-only effort for HHAP, Housing, Homeless Assistance, and Prevention. Basically, think of it, round 1 and round 2 is about the same dollar amount as round 3 and round 4. And moving forward, tied to your PIT count, your numbers will change a little bit up or down. Ideally, if you're doing a good job, you need less money, you get less money if your PIT count's lower. So this is just a little background that, we did spend approximately 61% of round 1 and round 2 funds. That's probably small to read, but just when I add them up, 61% on housing and sheltering efforts. Only 5% went to actual administration of the grant. And then I want to note, the county's still holding its youth set aside. working with the COC and their youth subcommittee, we're kind of wanting to get direction from them about where they see they need the money to go. So in the meantime, we're holding on to the money. We hope to work with the COC moving forward to coordinate our efforts and make that impact bigger. For round 3, keeping in mind it was a co-application with both sides, the 1.2 million roughly. We're still, again, only 25% of these funds have been received. We did sign the standard agreements 2 weeks ago. They're saying any day now the check's in the mail. So that should be another $900,000 that we have to bring back to the board to accept. So you'll be seeing that in a future meeting. And then per the plan, our idea is to put about 79% towards housing and sheltering efforts. Again, going back to the governor's messaging, we need to put roofs over people. That's where we want a lot of this money to go. It's the way to move the needle and get people out of the cold. And we also we still have, once we get it, the youth set aside of about $65,000, $70,000 to add on top of the round 1, round 2, and the COC's portions. So it all kind of compiles. 7% is anticipated for grant administration. I just want to note, when I checked with fiscal, I think we've billed like $2,000 towards administration so far. Now the proposal for spending, round 4 funding. Again, it's the county's portion only. Oh, yeah, sorry. No, this is combined. Yeah, is the combined amounts. These are just the categories we think that it should go in. You see that the landlord incentive program, there's no funding going to it. We spent about 28% in round 3 as the plan to support that program. That's because in working with the COC, the Housing and Homeless Incentive Program, HHIP, a lot of H's going on here today, but Housing and Homeless Incentive Program, which is through the Department of Health and Community Services. It's tied to the CalAIM initiative, and it's requiring Medi-Cal insurance companies to give money to the COCs to do prevention and intervention. So that is a preventive program. Part of the COC's plan is to allocate funding towards what we would otherwise pay for with HHAP. So we're thinking no money needs to go there right now.
Wait, can I interrupt?
Yes.
I didn't understand that, and I had a question about it. Could you explain that again? And
sure.
With that, maybe it's not because the landlord incentive program is not working. It's just because it's a matter of which bucket it's coming from. And so we're going to make sure that there will be funds from a different bucket.
Absolutely.
Next
Through the
year. Is that a summary?
Correct. That's a summary through the HHIP program that's administered by the COC.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Sheltering efforts continue to be a top priority, and we're thinking that about 71% of it should go towards sheltering efforts. 2 slides to go. Progress towards the HHAP round 3 program. Again, our baseline is the column on the left. Our goals were what we wanted to do. The column on the right is what the numbers showed from our 2022 PID count data report from Cal ICH that was accompanying the application. So green is good, gray is not good. So just going through this real quick, like increased access to services, that's people accessing homeless intervention services, kind of what Joe and our home team does every day in, day out, and also many other community providers that do it. Our goal was 509 and we had 550, so we're exceeding that goal. That's good. Reduce unsheltered homelessness. As I mentioned previously, we knocked it down just a little bit, 6%. That's good, 246. For first-time homelessness, again, statewide trend we're seeing. It's very unfortunate that there's so many new people becoming homeless in this environment, in this 6th biggest economy in the world. But it went up to 339. We were hoping it continued to trend down. So there's some work to do on that. Increasing exits to permanent housing. We are exceeding the goals there. And then length of time in homelessness, that's in days. It was 104, which was pretty low. We were hoping to keep it at 104. What we found is it was 140 days. So you'll see on the next slide what our goal is moving forward. Items 5 and 6 have 2 known data issues. And The data issues are still, one's resolved, the other one's outstanding. But like for number 6, increasing exits from street outreach to a program, it showed 0. Our goal was 100 because we knew we were doing more than that. We're actually doing over 50 right now, but what the current number from the state was 2. So that's been fixed. But they say go with your data now. We know there's a data issue. It won't be an issue moving forward. Reducing returns from homelessness, that's a 24-month window. You're considered returning from homelessness if you were housed and then you become homeless within 24 months. It says we're 4%. We know we're higher than that. We were at 13.16 with the 2019 data, and feeling that once that gets resolved, it's going to be hopefully around 13.16. So before I move forward, that's our progress for round 3. Our goals for round 4, this is where we'd love to have any public comment, is basically the goals for round 4. The data that was provided becomes our baseline, which is the center column. And our goals are, I'll just go through them real quick. 1A is keeping it at 550 or less. 550 is deep penetration in our community. We're seeing a lot of people connecting with our efforts throughout the county with all of our providers and the county resources. We hope to keep it at that or less, ideally less, because then we're going to be not pulling back from the contact, but knowing that we've reached a saturation point and we're kind of receding is what we're seeing it as. Reducing unsheltered homelessness, our baseline was 146. Obviously, we want to try to get that down. We're thinking a 10% reduction would be reasonable. So 211. Number 2, the one we're not meeting, is reducing first-time homelessness. I mean, that's sticker shock looking at going from 148 to 339. Now let's try to move it back down a little further. And I'm sorry, that's a 10% reduction. The 1B is a 14% reduction. Continuing on, exits, number 3, exits to permanent housing. We're doing good at that. We want to do better. So our data is 70. We want to get it up to 115. Any direction, anything over 70, we're keeping it green. Length of time in homelessness has gone up to 140 days. Our goal would be to get it down to 112 days. The known data issues, as I mentioned previously, number 5 has not been corrected, but working with our reps from Cal ICH, we're keeping it as our original baseline of the first round of funding, round 3 funding. And again, that's for a 24-month window of someone who was homeless and then housed. And then number 6 has been corrected, and our analytical staff are saying that we're at about 50 right now, individuals that are exiting from street outreach into some sort of program. And so we're better than 2, way better than 2. We're confident we're going to be better than 2. So let's set a goal that's more than what we know, which is 50. Let's double that. Let's go to 100. Any questions? It's up to the point where we answer any of your questions and ask for your public feedback on our goals.
Thanks for that presentation. I know you guys are out there doing the work. It's really interesting to watch. I feel like we're making headway, and then it seems like we get sidelined a hair and different things happen. I'm just curious, I know one issue was a lot of folks sold their rentals. Yeah. So that was a big challenge for our community, is that there's not a lot of rentals available. So I know we had to deal with that. But with that, let's just get to some real other questions. So Heidi, I know you had some. Let's start with you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for this update. I want to say, I'll just go right to the goals, the progress targets, and then the goals that you have. Stay on that page. I think it's pretty clear that those first 2 items, the increased access to services and reducing unsheltered homelessness, needs to continue to be a major push, right? And it's also the place where I'm just very proud of what the county has done. You guys have done an amazing job. We've found places to put people. We've expanded access in so many ways. I think this is where we're really shining, and yet it continues to be a major problem. So I do want to continue to see that emphasis. My biggest concern is reducing first-time homelessness. And we've discussed this over the past few years when we talked about adding prevention to the homeless plan, which is something I'm trying to do at the state level now too, and their new plan that CSAC's coming up with. This is where I think we're going to, without getting to reducing that, we're going to continue to see 1A and 1B increase. And I do think we need to do some analysis there unless we have that information. Is it rentals? Is it couch surfing that is no longer available or an option? Is it people, we'll talk about this later in January about this issue that I continue to raise, people who are in subsidized housing but can't get out because they'll lose their subsidy the minute they have an income, and so they're stuck in between. And what happens then, if they make a little more money, they're kicked out of their subsidized housing, are they back on the street? Where is the first-time homelessness coming from, and how can we address the causes of that? And I know that's probably very difficult to gauge, to count, but maybe you have some more to tell me about that. Absolutely. But I really, really am concerned about that metric.
Yeah,
right there.
and I'm going to turn it over to Joe here in a second, but I know weekly we're getting calls in the housing department with those landlords selling. What do I do? Where do I go? I might have to leave the community. Weekly I experience it. I'm curious what you see.
Absolutely, and we're also seeing a huge rise in first-time homelessness in our aged population. Rentals are just becoming too expensive. They're getting priced out of their homes. Families that maybe earn too much income, to your point. We have a family of 8 right now that we're trying to support. They make a little bit too much money to have a Section 8 voucher, so, yeah.
And then we do know from our landscape analysis from the original round 3 application that we weren't spending enough money in prevention and earlier intervention. Part of that was calculated because we were holding back the youth funding, waiting for in a coordinated effort to spend it. That's probably 20% of the money that could be going there. But I know that's been an emphasis for round 3 and round 4 to put more money into prevention.
So is that something, as we're waiting for those funds to come down, is that something we can spend a little time on to figure out? So is it an aging population? Is it the youth? To figure out where that's happening so we can better assess where to put those new funds.
Yes, we can.
Absolutely.
You're talking about for June or for January?
Yeah, just so to really dig in deeper into that first-time homeless and figure out where we're going to put the months, put the money. It seems like we need to understand that a little bit better since it's going up. And I know it's not just this county. I know it's everywhere, but let's figure out where we can put the funds to sort of stanch that flow.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the good report.
Thank you.
Dan?
Now, we need more housing. It's bottom line. Cost built here in California is the highest in the nation. And, if Sacramento would really be honest with themselves, they could say we need to commit more money to housing and maybe reduce some of the regulations and the roadblocks. But, I don't like it. California has the highest homeless population, and you're right, Mike, 6th highest economy in the world, and we house the homeless here, and it's just our cost of living. But I really appreciate what you're trying to do and what you are doing, and I would like to see more workforce housing built here, and I know that the Housing Authority is working on that. We just need a place to put it, and unfortunately, we get some NIMBYism in the way, and our unsheltered people stay unsheltered. And people going into homelessness, that's what's really sad is people go into homeless that have been sheltered. And I know you're working on that. And I just applaud your efforts and the blueprint for what you want to do and what you want to accomplish, because I really feel our county does as good a job, if not a better job than most of the rural counties in California, actually most of the counties in California. So, thanks for what you do.
Thanks, Dan. Ed?
Well, I just appreciate the report, Mike and Joe, and I really don't have any questions. You just stay the course.
Keep swimming upstream. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
No, Hardy?
Thanks. Thanks for the report, and I do have some questions. And I appreciate Supervisor Hall bringing up, that category too. For me, it seems like that effort would obviously reflect on all of the other areas. I think that's a great place to put concentrate our efforts. On the pie chart, the use set aside, where are those numbers or that set aside reference the whole, where are those set? Is that through the?
So there's a requirement for HHAP funding since the beginning for 7% youth set aside. The county and the COC thought that let's round it off to 10 or 11. So you'll see 10, sometimes 10, 11. So that's why we internally are pulling a little more of the HHAP aside for the transitional age youth and the youth programs.
Okay, and is that discretionary? I mean, is that number set by the board or by?
No, it was through consensus with the COC. We felt 10 was it's a nice round number to remember on the big number, 10% of it. But the state mandate was, I believe it was 7% as a minimum.
And in the increasing, when you see that the first time homelessness, do you track it obviously by demographic? Is there an increase commensurate with that population?
Yeah, that's through the PIC count, right?
Through the PIC count, absolutely.
Yeah. There's about 30-something questions that are asked for each participant. And if they say, yeah, it's my first time being homeless, we're going to pull, obviously, demographic information on that, not identifying information, but demographic, where they're from, are they from here, male, female, ethnicity, that sort of thing. So we will, once it's finalized, the Homeless Resource Council of the Sierra, which 531 is the local asset for that, will release a press release, and we can actually dive down deeper into the numbers, because HUD may say, oh, no, we don't agree with what you found. We think it's a different number, and we have to go with what they say. So that's why there's this slow release of the PIG count information that's happened 11 months ago.
Yeah, understood. But it's your belief that that number for youth is moving linearly as it's a direct ratio to the other population. Are they increasing more or less than the general population of?
I would leave that to, I know Jennifer Singer would probably have some insight to that, but from my understanding, from what I've seen, it is commensurate. It's kind of in lockstep with what we're seeing with adult homelessness.
Okay.
And we're also, and to that point, we're also starting to count more and going out there, so we're going to see an increase regardless. Not that they weren't already there, but now we're making more of an effort to make sure that we're putting funds towards helping this demographic.
Okay. The other, more on the comment side, East County, I try not to create or highlight differences between East and West County, but there are some realities in the fact that we're separated, right? And so in East County, we don't have a homeless shelter. We don't have any facilities at all. If you go there, you'll see that the Church of the Mountains, the Methodist Church, is where we have a temporary shelter. Sometimes it's at the Veterans Hall. Sometimes it's other places. The town has zoning ordinances and amendments that Mike and I have talked a lot about that are constantly changing the location of that shelter and making it difficult to have any shelter, right? Not just a permanent fixed facility, but any place to stay overnight if you're homeless in Truckee. So I just want to highlight the fact that we don't have any facilities. We don't have any plans to have facilities. I know we've talked about making investments in East County, about looking for property. It's incredibly expensive. I also recognize that there's apple and orange differences between the population that exists in East County and West County. We have a bigger demand in West County, and I honor that, and I want to be supportive of everybody in every area of Nevada County. But I do want to point out that we don't have any facilities at all in Eastern County. So if we're talking about making contributions to homelessness in Eastern County, I'd like to focus on operational contributions to AMI Housing and Kathy Foley, because she's already on the ground. She does great work. Mike knows her. We all know her. We've all been part of her community there. But it is challenging for us because we are so separated. So if you're homeless in East County, you can't get here. I mean, if you're in West County, you can make it to some of the resources we have in West County. But I just wanted to bring that up and talk to you a little bit, Mike, about when you're doing the planning. We're not budgeting for another facility in 2023 or even going there for large contributions for fixed assets to solve the problem. But I definitely think we need to keep looking at it. That's one thing I'd like to talk a little bit about. And then also planning support. If we're doing operational funding for the shelter, I'd like to talk about planning support in case AMI or other contributors in that part of the county are making headway on grants, I'd like to be there for them and help them however we can.
Absolutely. We're channeling each other right now. So the Emergency Solutions Grant funding that was released during COVID really paid for Kathy's efforts for about 2 years. The sheltering efforts, the outreach efforts, the case management efforts up there, it's ending. They extended it another year, but the funding's
Drying up.
Drying
September
up.
30th, I think,
Yeah.
is the spend down on it. It really created a kind of a fiscal cliff for a lot of the smaller nonprofits.
So what we're doing, the active conversation with 531 and also at the Homeless Resource Council, the Sierras, is, the idea is like a set aside for Truckee from both Placer and Nevada counties. Is it a percentage? Is it a set dollar amount? Is it proportional? Those are things we just brought it up at our last HERCS board meeting for the first time. It's on the agenda for our COC 531 on Thursday afternoon. It's going to probably be on the agenda for the next HERCS board meeting, which is the week after. So it's an active conversation. We realize that we do need to continue her efforts up there. It's not just her anymore. There's a whole team that we want to keep going.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. And Allison and I have talked several times just to let the board be aware of some of the other conversations is the SUD treatment community and like a location for sharing facilities for drug and alcohol recovery or people transitioning between housing solutions, recovery, in substance use disorder and things like that are all kind of, those conversations are being commingled. And I just wanted to express my appreciation for having those because there's a big part of our community up there too that is, they just don't have any facility or location. You're bouncing between the good graces of whoever will open the door for you that night and let you in to have a meeting. So I just want to highlight that.
And
Can I ask you a question about that? Hardy, maybe clarify. It sounded like you were saying the zoning issues with the city of Truckee is what's preventing locating a place. Because if we're going to set aside funds and get a team together, they're going to have to make that easier, right? Or are there
Yes.
other locations that we
No,
can?
that's a great question. And that there have been zoning changes and the planning commission has, allowed variances to get the shelter in there. But yes, there are challenges. We have to work with our partners there. The funding, like I was saying, is not necessarily right now focused on finding another place. It's just focused on operational needs and literally on the ground. If there's somebody homeless and it's freezing cold that night, we need to open the shelter. So that's where we need to focus right now. I would still like to look at property. I'd still like to retain a real estate professional to help us investigate solutions that may be available in East County. The market's changed. There may be some potential for us to look at a property up there now. But those are things I'd like to keep talking about because we just don't have any facilities in East County.
I hear you on all of that. I support all of that. It just sounds like we need to get the Truckee Council to take some action so that we could then have a place to put.
Well, if we
funds.
identified a property and we brought it to the town and ran through that solution, we could talk seriously about that. But right now, it's just a temporary shelter, and so that's what keeps going on use permit. And Mike can correct me if I'm using the wrong terminology, but that's what keeps coming up is this temporary, hey, we're going to throw something up with a porta potty outside. It's 18 degrees outside. Now you have a bunch of people standing outside, and that's in response to the fact that there are no permanent facilities. So if we look at it from the other perspective about developing permanent facilities, that's the part I think we should focus on a little bit of planning.
So short term, Truckee is an active participant in our conversations with where this resource would be. There are some legislative changes, and I don't have the assembly bill in my head right now, but I'm going to email it to Julie and to share with you. There is some changes in zoning that kind of make it easier to run a shelter in usually it's a commercial zoning area. It used to be C2 and higher now, so I think C1. So there is some shifting that I believe AMI's brought to the city's attention. There's this new bill. It was only signed in September. And so that is adding more options on the table. And you're right, we do need to it's going to be leasing something short term. And then we got to secure the funding, mostly through HHAP or our partnership with Placer County. So we're working together.
Yeah, and Jasmine.
Yes,
Okay.
Jasmine's the torchbearer on this. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the time.
No, this has been a great conversation. I'm going to open up public comment at this point. Julie, is there anybody online or have you written public comment?
We do have one caller.
Okay, would you bring that caller in?
Yes, can we bring the caller in, please?
Good morning, are you there?
Hi. Hi, yes, I have some concerns. in regards to the public safety that's going on and transparency that's going on with the public within your county. It doesn't appear that you're listening to anybody that's speaking up and coming forward. And I'm also concerned, why is Shannon Moon on the agenda, but she's not showing up to the meeting?
Oh, okay, so I know, we're on agenda item 39 right now, public comment, and this is the item on, it's an update on our homeless action plan. So.
Okay, is there a plan for the growing number of missing teens in the area? There's teens going missing like wild, and is there a plan for that other than spending money on homeless shelters?
Oh, growing, I'm sorry, you were crackling, I couldn't hear you very well.
I'm sorry, there's a growing number of missing children in the area. Are you planning on addressing that issue?
So that's a sheriff's office probably question and not for this, but I mean, we do work with, this would cover children and adolescents that are homeless, and this is an area where these guys will be working on that. So, but if you want to call in on the next item, actually the next item is about the system, but if you actually wanted to email or write to anybody in the sheriff's office, they can give you an update on what's going on there.
Okay, they just haven't been very responsive to multiple calls, emails. They just aren't communicating back. So figured this was the last resort. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. I didn't get her name. Did she leave her name? I can't, yeah, I'm sorry, that wasn't very clear. Okay, so with that, if there's no other public comment on this item, we're gonna close public comment. Does the board have any other?
I'll make a motion to accept the plan.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept this presentation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, passes. Thank you, guys.
Thank
This
you.
was really good. A lot of great conversation. Thanks for the hard work that keeps moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now we're going to move on to item 40. And this is a resolution accepting the 2022 Department of Justice Award of the Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services. So, and I welcome there, Rolf is here today. Thank you, Life Conan.
Well, good morning, Chair Hook, Honorable Board of Supervisors. I'm Rolf Kleinhans, CFAO for the Sheriff's Office, and accompanying me is Andrew Trigg, the Sheriff's Communications Manager. So we're here to talk about the acceptance of a $4.8 million grant, and I'd like to give you a little bit of a backstory to tell you how that came about. Originally, it started as what is called an earmark, which was common 20 to 25 years ago from the federal government. And I believe it came about as a result of COVID, when they wanted to push money to more knowledgeable people in the local communities at how to use that money effectively. So in April of 2021, there came a call through the federal government, through our local representative, Doug Lamalfa, to develop numerous projects that could be brought forward. And one of them was a radio infrastructure project, which incorporated upgrading our radios and our towers to significantly enhance the communications amongst all law enforcement and public safety agencies. Other projects were also put forward, and they were submitted through the CEO's office. So Captain Jeff Pettit, now retired, put together this initial report in about a week, and it was sent off to the CEO's office. And from there, that and other projects were taken over by Sarah Hollyhead and Martin Polt and moved forward with some of our connections in Washington, D.C. And eventually it came back with an award that said, hey, you received this earmark award. And then it stagnated for a little bit because they didn't know how to give you the money. They didn't have the mechanism to do that anymore. So somebody figured out how to put that through the new governmental Just Grants system. And that's the mechanism that we're here to discuss today. That's how they'll give us the money. So if I could, let's see, there we go. Next slide. You can see 2021 federal earmark opportunities. It's the Radio Infrastructure Improvement Project. Congressman Doug LaMalfa spearheaded this project on behalf of Nevada County. You had to have the support of your local representative or you wouldn't get anywhere with it. And he really did do the job for the county. So with his help and support, the Community-Oriented Policing Services, COPS, Technology and Equipment Fund, and then there's all the rest of it, awarded Nevada County $4.8 million. So it's a radio infrastructure improvement project. It's utilized by 5 law enforcement agencies, CAL FIRE, and various state and federal agencies. Our current system is aged and working at partial capacity. The radios that we have aren't really available for purchase anymore. It's a 20-plus-year-old system. 3 of 13 towers are non-functional, and it does not cover many rural areas of the county because of our vertical topography. So Nevada County Sheriff's Office asked for $6.3 million with a $1.5 million local contribution to upgrade the system. So that's how that program will work. We get $4.8 million federal money, and then we'll come up with $1.5 million. That $1.5 million will come from Sheriff's special revenue monies. So our project budget is $6.3 million. That's the combined 4.8, 1.3. We're using about $1 million for our radio site upgrades, $1.4 million for microwave backhaul, and that will provide almost 100% coverage in emergency situations such as wildfires. $1.3 million for new hardware, $1.6 million for new radios, and about $1 million to implement all of that. On item 12 of today's agenda, you saw and approved the $1.6 million acquisition of the handheld and mobile radios. And you wonder maybe why you just start with the simple stuff. One, it's simple. We can immediately draw down some of the federal money, which they like. And it immediately gives us multi-jurisdictional agency communications. The current radios we have cannot communicate with CAL FIRE or CHP. These new radios will. So Nevada County has recently relocated and updated its dispatch consoles. The radio infrastructure project, spearheaded by Congressman LaMalfa, will continue the upgrading of our communication systems, and the installation and implementation will extend beyond the federal fiscal year of 2023. So the resolution is requesting the approval and acceptance of the grant money in $4.8 million and authorizes the sheriff to sign all necessary documents and certifications.
Well, thank you. Good report. I'm going to say there was a lot of work that went into this, and I'm going to give Sarah Hollyhead a real shout out because she really there she is right over there. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, in our office. So it was a combined effort. So thank you.
No question.
Yeah, this was great. So with that, I'm going to open up to my board for comments. Dan?
No, I love it. I just think the $4.8 million and then the matching funds for law enforcement, especially the sheriff's department, is incredible. And certainly Congressman LaMalfa worked hard on this with local help. And I gotta congratulate and thank the congressman for doing what he's been doing for Nevada County. And he's not going to be our representative anymore. This is like his go away. Thank you very much to our county. So, for the sheriff's department, I think this is terrific.
Thanks, Dan. Heidi?
Yeah, thanks. I just have a couple of questions. I think you addressed one of them, the biggest issue, which is that this will benefit the sheriff's office, but also CAL FIRE and the state and all the agencies that are involved with needing to communicate during an incident or a wildfire. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is a countywide, it's not just for law enforcement, but it directly impacts communication and safety of the entire community, every citizen.
Great. That's really great. Okay. And then just a quick question on the 1.5 million that you or we, the county, the sheriff's office is contributing as they're part of the match is coming from the Office Federal Marshal Reserve. Can you can you explain that?
Yeah, the Federal Marshal Reserve is a fund that originated about in 2008, and it had to do with bringing in federal marshal inmates. And so they pay a fee to use that facility.
And you set aside those funds, and they're only to be used for certain things.
That's correct.
And so this was eligible for that.
Yes.
Awesome.
There's not a huge number of restrictions on it, so it's very appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Outstanding. Ed?
Well, this is a no-brainer, Rolf. This is wonderful. And I think some of the pictures here, the one picture of the facility kind of says it all, I think. I don't even know what's in there, but that baby's been around a while, whatever it is. Stuff. No, I think this is wonderful, and, thank you, Dan and Heidi, for your work on this at the federal level, and especially thank you to Congressman LaMalfa, and it is unfortunate he's no longer representing us, but I think this is great.
Nice. Hardy?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Sarah, and Congressman LaMalfa for pulling this together, and thanks for pressing it forward. Just a couple of questions. Do the radios work, or will they work now in the bottom of the South Yuba Canyon or any of our remote kind of areas at the bottom of the canyon?
They will need to communicate to the towers.
On a repeater?
Yeah, once those are upgraded, that is the hope. There are still going to be some areas that will not, you can't do that.
Sure.
It's just the angles are too much.
Yeah.
But by going to microwave, which is a rather pricey solution, you significantly enhance the entire communications capabilities of the system. This is our technical expert. Andrew, if I misspoke, please correct me or add to that. Thank you.
Good morning, Andrew Trigg, Communications Manager for the Sheriff's Office. And I know you spoke correctly. There certainly will still be some areas where the radio just frankly won't work because it can't see a tower. But this is upgraded equipment. It's 2023 models versus 1990 models. So we're hopeful that it certainly would provide better communication.
Better and better. That's great. And then what's the time frame for getting the project completed?
We will actually today, after this, I'll call Motorola and say, hey, send us the portable radios. So we'll start installing portable radios on humans, and then car radios. They say that the lead time is about 3 to 4 months for those. Once we get those in hands and start working, then we'll start the engineering process for the actual radio towers throughout the county. That is said to be about a 2 to 3 year process.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, this is all very exciting. Like I said, I want to make a point. There were many applications, and, you were in a queue to be chosen for this, and it was the quality of the applications that you all put forward that really gave Doug the ability to look at these and say, wow, Nevada County has some real needs here. So that's where we're fortunate. I just want to give you all credit for the work that got done putting into these applications, and Sarah, and over a very short period of time. So we're very fortunate to have this, and I'm looking forward to it upgrading for all my sheriffs, keep them all safe out there, as well as communication with all of our partners in law enforcement and first responders. So this is awesome. So with that, I'm going to open up public comment. And Julie, is there anybody online?
There's no callers for this item.
Okay, well,
I make a motion we approve.
Okay, well, I'm going to close public comment, and then Dan's made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we accept this 2022 Department of Justice Award of the Office of Community Oriented Pulsing Services for $4.8 million to upgrade the Sheriff's Office radio tower. Julie, could you call the roll?
Yes, thank you. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
And District 4?
District 4, yes. So thank you for being here and bringing that great information for our community.
Thank you. The Sheriff's Office thanks you for your time and your approval.
Okay, now we're going to go right into item 41. And, okay, I don't see Steve Monahan. I see him back there. So Nick, we're just happy to have you here from the library. And this is going to be a resolution approving the contract award for the standard public works contract between the County of Nevada and Buskirk Construction, and this is about our Bear River Library.
That is correct. Chair Hook and the Honorary Board of Supervisors, thank you for the time this morning to tell you a little bit about the new Bear River Library that we're very excited about. Slide. So a few of the details. The library will be located at 11010 Combi Road. That's the Lake of the Pines Shopping Center near the Ace Hardware. So right there by Lake of the Pines, also close to Bear River High School. This facility we're going to be moving out of the high school, which is where our current facility is. And so I really want to thank Bear River High School for the partnership over the last bunch of years. And I'm excited that we'll have our larger independent space. So it's going to be about 2,600 square feet. The cost is going to be about $1 million. You can see in the resolution that the construction will be about $720,000. And then furniture as well as equipment and books. So we'll have to purchase a new collection to get those shelves stocked and get that community up and running with materials. And we are looking at an opening date of the end of this summer. So late summer, early fall of 2023. Next slide, please. So again, just a photo of the library location here, kind of tucked back in the corner of the shopping center there next to the former dry cleaners. And so there's a little nook back that way that also will allow us to have some outdoor seating on the sidewalk there. So it's a great little space. I'm very excited about it. And there is a school/daycare upstairs. And so opportunity to have some kids coming in. Next slide, please. So here is the library's floor plan to give you a basic sense of what things are going to look like. Left upper hand corner area there, that's the main library. So the adult collection, seating areas, computers, etc. Upper right hand corner is the sheriff's substation. Always nice when the library can partner with other departments. So we're very happy that we'll be able to provide that there. Underneath the sheriff's substation is the children's section of the library. This is a really great feature that we're going to be able to add, have kids and families coming in with their own space, be as loud as they would like to be. We'll be able to do story time, kids programming, etc. And then this area will also be equipped with something called Open Plus. That's a system we have in our Penn Valley Library, where library card holders can swipe themselves in and out of the library during non-staffed hours. So that'll be a feature at this location as well. And next slide, please. So here are some design examples. This is the new Penn Valley Library. The inside of the new Bear River Library will look very similar to this. I feel like we did a nice job with the design of this facility, so why recreate the wheel? The colors look great, the furniture looks great. So the new facility in Bear River will be larger than Penn Valley, but very similar. We're removing a wall between two storefronts, converting that into a library. So this gives you a good sense of what the interior of the Bear River Library will look like. And that concludes the presentation about where we're heading in South County with the new facility. I would love to answer any questions if there are any.
Well, thank you, Nick, for being here. I'm excited about this. I'm going to let Ed start off since it's down here, but I want you to know how much we love our Penn Valley Library, and I'm very excited about this for Ed.
Well, we're excited about it too, Sue. We had a MAC meeting last night on the greater Higgins area, and one of the public members brought it up as, is there really going to be a library in this area? And it's like, wow, this is incredible. This is great. Not only the library part of it, but I think having the sheriff's substations there is going to add to, I think, the visibility of the sheriff's department there. And I think it will give them a little more of a professional area there for the officers to go into also. But also the conference room, for meetings such as the MAC meetings. If we were able to continue this in some manner, I think it would be appropriate for them to meet, whereas right now we're meeting up at the Higgins Center. So is really, really exciting, Nick. And the fact that we're hope to have it by the end of this summer, I think is just even that much better. And I did want to point out that on the consent agenda today, we had another item that brought in mitigation fees. And I wanted to do that to note in particular that so much of the dark horse mitigation, I think it was 149,000, if I'm not mistaken, is becoming part of this project. And I just wanted to note that for the dark horse people are out there at their mitigations and what it's going to be doing. It's incredible. And also thanking the schools for the partnership that we have had up there, which has also been great, but this is going to be so much better. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you,
I'm going to vote
Supervisor
for
Schofield.
Hardy?
I'm really excited for you, Ed, and your community down there to have a local place to meet, and library facilities are key. And, you know, I look at this design, it's modern. I'm glad that Penn Valley has one. And Nick showed me the improvements that are being planned for Truckee as well. So the contributions to the library system as a whole, I'm really supportive of, and particularly for this area because when you're going through with your MAC and you have identified these needs and gotten a solution in a timely way to show everybody that we can change, develop these in a local way for everybody. So it's great. Yeah, I'm excited.
Nice. Heidi?
Who doesn't love a bigger, better library? Right? So, yeah, I'm happy for the constituents down there. The map makes it look like it's really tucked back in there, which is unfortunate. Is there going to be signage, sort of multiple places so people know where to go?
Yeah, we'll have ample signage out there. It is more visible than it looks like in the
Okay, good.
picture, but it will require signage.
Yeah, okay, very good. Look forward to seeing it completed. Thanks.
Oh, okay, Dan. All right, great. Well, I am going to open this up for public comment. Julie, is there any written or is anybody online?
Yes, we have no callers or written information on this item.
Okay. So with I not seeing any public comment, I'm going to close public comment, and I would.
Move for approval of this resolution.
Nice.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Julie, could you call the roll?
Yes, thank you. District 3,
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
and District 4.
District 4, yes. Nick, thank you. We'll look forward to our little tour when it gets done. It'll be so exciting.
Thank you for the support.
Okay, now we're going to move on to item 42. And this is the Nevada County Enterprise Information Security Program presentation. And Steve Monahan is here, and I'll take it away.
Good morning, Chair Hook, honorable board members. Steve Monahan, your Chief Information Officer, and with me this morning is Mr. Jason Jones, your Information Security Manager in IS. And I'm going to hand over the presentation to Jason.
Yes, thank you very much, Steve. It's still morning, I think, so good morning, Chairman Hook and the supervisors. Jason Jones, Information Security Manager. Today I'm bringing you an annual update to the Nevada County Enterprise Information Security Program, originally adopted by your board in December of 2016. Sorry, my apologies, but I think the last time I've done this have all been Teams the last couple of years, so it was a first for everything.
Well, it's nice to see you in person, actually, so this is great.
Thank you. So the Information Security Program is based on guidelines and best practices from a number of standards organizations and statutes, including the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which is NIST, the International Organization of Standardization, which is ISO, and the Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Information Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA. So a lot of big acronyms there. This program has influences in the area such as policy development, security awareness, and training, risk assessments, and business continuity. Our program is focused on secure computing and information protection through the application of a cybersecurity framework discussed on the next slide. Before you are listed the 5 functions of the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, cybersecurity framework. The NIST cybersecurity framework is recognized globally as a standard in cybersecurity best practices. Each year, Information Systems completes a self-assessment using the National Cybersecurity Review, or the NCSR. This self-assessment is broken down into these 5 functional areas, which are key in providing benchmark and progress information. The results of the self-assessment play a large role in identifying and prioritizing current and future work efforts. I've included the purpose of each function above the corresponding bar. The more mature our information systems organization becomes in each of these areas, the better prepared and protected we are, and can deliver more value to our internal customers and therefore the community. This chart represents the county's 2022 self-assessment scoring. Our longer-term goal is to reach an average scoring of 5 for all functional areas. And on the next slide, I'll cover a few initiatives to reach this goal from this year into next. On this slide, our highlights the Information Systems Department has undertaken to improve our cybersecurity maturity with corresponding NIST CSF or cybersecurity framework functions listed to the right. The partnership with our incident response vendor provided the opportunity this year to conduct a cybersecurity risk assessment. The goal of this third-party assessment is to compare our current business and technical practices against the NIST cybersecurity framework. This was done in addition to the annual self-assessment I mentioned on the previous slide. Through this assessment, we identified a number of areas for improvement ranked by the risk to the organization. This type of activity focuses on the identify pillar. The second item refers to the onboarding of a service provider to provide 24/7 real-time protection or monitoring of our county systems. This is a key component in the detect framework area and will provide us with greater visibility to potential threats in our environment and the ability to respond more quickly with their assistance. The single biggest vector, so this is the third item, is through our email to our users of county information systems. Our employees also operate in and out of county facilities, engage with many partner organizations and the public through a variety of technologies. Elevating our employees' security awareness and knowledge is a critical component in the county's information security program. This year, our training program reached best practice levels through continuous phish email tests and quarterly training, which you're all aware of. The support from county department heads and staff is outstanding in recognizing and taking ownership of this critical element in cybersecurity. This year, a new feature was implemented in Outlook to provide all staff with the option to submit suspicious emails for further review. This feature provides staff with that second opinion when evaluating if an email is legitimate and in certain circumstances allows IS staff to respond to a malicious email and remove it. The fourth item refers to the effort the IS Department, or Information Systems Department, is undertaking with risk management in the area of continuity of operation plans, in the addition to those plans of critical business processes. So this information is a key input to the disaster recovery planning, which is a major focus of the recover functional area. And then a final effort underway is updating the county's information security policies to better align with the NIST cybersecurity framework. This work will move the county closer in alignment with best practices and standards put forth in the NIST framework, as well as in our NCSR self-evaluation each year. We should be able to elevate our area in each of those functional areas, since each of the individual items are all based on having policy around any standards. With the above-mentioned initiatives, Information Systems continues to review and implement protections of the county's digital assets and data in the face of rising threats. In conclusion, we continue to focus on maturing our technology, processes, and employee awareness to help reduce risk to the county and protect county information and vital life systems. With that, if there's any questions I can answer, I'd be happy to.
Well, I gotta say, this is so above my head, I'm not gonna lie, but I like that you send us the tests, just for us working on ours. So I do that every diligently, so that we get this little list that says you make mistakes, right? I was having a meltdown one day, because that is my biggest fear, is I'm gonna hit that wrong button, right? But your crew reassured me I was doing a good job, so I felt much better after that. I do like the new phishing button. So when I do have a question, it's easier just to ask before we push. So you guys are doing a good job helping us learn to keep us protected as well. So I got to tell you, I appreciate that, because that's one of my little things I fear for my own self, is like I'd be the one that did something and let some worm into my computer, So you guys are so technical, the work you do, and it changes every day. That's what just always flabbergasts me, that you have to keep up on all these things. You read on it, it comes out in the media, what you're supposed to be looking for, and I know Dan's telling me to be quiet. So anybody else have any questions?
Yeah.
But it is amazing to me. This cyber thing is very interesting.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Heidi.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I'm flipping to the last slide. You had some additional slides after your questions, or we do in our packet.
Oh, okay, yes.
Oh, okay, so one of the things that, is that you identified the local agencies affected by data breaches and ransomware.
Right.
And includes Yuba County, Sierra College, Grass Valley, Town of Truckee, NID, all in 2021.
Yes.
Do we feel like I know that Steve has led this amazing group to make sure that we are secure and we are in a better shape maybe than anyone else. How secure do you feel like we could resist a breach like that?
When Steve and I talk, the reality is it's not if it's going to happen, but when it's going to happen. And so some of the things I mentioned in the slides, like having a 24/7 monitoring of our key systems, are critical in making sure that we can mitigate the impact and not have it be as widespread as some of the other entities may have seen. The reality is, as Supervisor Hook said, things are changing so dynamically and so quickly that it's every time we implement something, we're already behind. So that's not a bad thing. It's just the better we can get in our maturity, the faster we'll be able to respond and the less impact to the organization we'll have. And some of those key things when we talk about responding may be how the organizational departments are implementing their COOP plans and how effective those will be if systems aren't available. So keeping county operations going, that's the #1 goal here.
Okay, so minimizing the damage should we get hit. And I mean, I appreciate that, because that is one of my biggest fears, the cost of loss of privacy and data, and then having to spend money to reopen and recoup the stuff. So I'm not using the right technology, but terminology, but the concern about, folks sort of hijacking it and requiring funds to get your system back, that's a big fear.
It is, and we do have cybersecurity insurance through Risk Management Office, so they do offer that too. So there are, and I've worked with county council to try to be more prepared if we did need to engage an outside party, outside legal counsel. In those cases, it's very common in a breach, especially if you have loss of data.
Yeah.
So we're working on multiple fronts trying to at least be more aware of the issues and start preparing.
Yeah.
And the hope is obviously it's never very big. I guess I would create an analogy to forest fires. We're not going to prevent all of them, but we want to make sure we can minimize those forest fires so that life is not lost and property is not lost.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good job. Dan?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the protection and what you're doing and what Heidi said. The who got breached in 2021. That's a busy year, and the fact that you're doing all of this, and I don't understand IT at all. So and the trainings that we have to go through, and I think I'm up. No, I'm not up to date.
You have a few weeks left.
It's fascinating to me, the work that you do to protect the county and the data that we have, because it could be catastrophic, and it has been for a number of organizations and jurisdictions. So thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller.
Artie?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to mention, Truckee got breached, and obviously they're on the list there. And I had dinner with Chris the other night, and we talked a lot about Nevada County's contribution to cybersecurity because he's a partner. And that organization, Crippled, does not describe what happened there. It was a 9-month rebuilding effort that included rebuilding the entire department, the IT department at the town, staff members included. It was incredible. And relocation of the department and all the people dispersed networks and all this. It was crazy. Anyway, my point is that all of the investment we make up front is worth it, because when you see what happens if you don't do it, it really makes the return on investment obvious to me. So if there is something that we're missing or there's some funding element that you think we need, please bring it back to the board. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Look, thank you.
Good point. Ed?
Mr. Monahan is good at bringing those back to the board, too, yes. I realize probably the weakest part of the system is the human element, and I'm much like Sue. It's like, wow, this is kind of beyond me, but I appreciate the efforts that you guys put in. I do have an assignment due, so I'll get that into you. So, but really, thank you for the work that goes into it, because that is the goal, to prevent what happened to some of our partners.
Thank you, Supervisor. And you're absolutely right. The number one protection or number one defense is everyone here, people. It's not technology. So I certainly appreciate all your support and taking the training.
Yeah, no, that's great. So with that, I'm going to open up public comment. Julie, is there written comments or is anyone online?
No one's online and we have no written comments.
Okay, great. So again, I just want to say thank you too, because it is such a learning experience and it's amazing to me that people have to be so creative in the wrong direction. And so I'm with Hardy. We have to, I'm impressed and I'm with what we are doing and we do need to stay in the forefront of it. So thank you so much for that. This was a really good presentation. Just a good reminder to all to get your thing taken.
I'll make a motion to accept the report.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. So let's see, I think this could do a voice vote. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Great. So thank you so much for being here. It's nice to see you in person, Jason.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. Of course, we gotta love that technology still. Here we go. All right, so this is item 43. Right over here. So I'm going to introduce Steve Rose, and this is going to be a resolution renewing employment agreement with Catherine Elliott as county counsel. Thank you, Steve. No?
Now can you hear me?
Now we can
Okay,
hear you.
Thank you. I'm Steve Rose, your HR director. I'm here to look at the renewal contract for Catherine Elliott as the county counsel. So county councils perform all the duties of Chapter 2 in the Nevada County Administrative Code and in government sections 27,642 through 27,647. Government Code Section 27,641 dictates that the county council contract will be for a 4-year term. The current agreement, the new agreements can be negotiated anytime during that 4-year period. The current contract expires in December 12th, 2023. And if a new contract is accepted, it will be for a 4-year term, bringing it to December 2026. So in preparation for the new contract, we did conduct a salary survey of our 8 comparative counties that are listed above. And the salary was determined to be behind by 2.5%. This new contract will start off with a salary which reflects the salary survey that we did, and that amount is inclusive of that. Additionally, the county council contract was reviewed by LCW, our legal partner, and I did forget to mention Donna Williamson is on the phone, and she will be here to answer any questions. She's our labor attorney that reviewed the contract. And there was no severance language pursuant to Government Code Section 53-260, and that was added. My screen just went.
Ours did too.
Did it? Okay. So a summary of what the changes were made to her contract. Her car allowance amount was increased by $100, and that reflects all of the department heads, so that's a consistent change. And equity adjustments as laid out in her contract include a 1% equity adjustment in 2023, a 2% in 2024, and a 1% in 2025, and no adjustment in the last year of 2026. It's important to note that the county council also receives the cost of living adjustments rather, that the department heads receive. And so in 2023, that is 2023, 2024 is 2% and 3% in the subsequent year. And then in the year after, that will be renegotiated, so we don't have those percentages yet. And that concludes my presentation, pending any questions of the review of the contract.
Okay, thanks, Steve. So, and Donna's on the line.
Yes,
So
Donna's.
any questions? I'll start with you, Hardy. Nothing? Hardy?
I don't have any questions. All the information makes sense to me. Thanks for preparing it. And if this is a comment period, I just want to thank Kit for your service. It's always been incredibly helpful, hardworking, and straightforward to work with you. So I just want to sincerely thank you for your service to the county.
Ed?
I echo Hardy. Kit, thank you for your service.
You know, I mean, we just did a performance review on Kit, and And, you know, she does a great job. She really does, and she's always available to us. So I'm perfectly comfortable with what's being presented here.
Thank you.
Heidi?
Yep, agree, and no, you can't go anywhere now. Thank you.
Yeah, that means George would leave too.
Okay, I think that we're all, so with that, I need to open up public comment. Is there anyone online, Julie, or is there any written public comment?
I have no written public comment, and I'm not seeing that there's any callers.
Okay, with that, I'll close public comment, and I will.
Motion to approve.
Okay. There's a second? It's been moved and seconded. Julie, can you call off the roll?
Of course, District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
And District 4.
District 4, yes. And so we're glad we're going to have you on board for a while longer, Kit. Elliot, you're doing a great job. We appreciate you.
And I just have to say thank you to all of the board members, and what a pleasure it's been to serve all of you, and always want to know what more I can do for you. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, Steve, thank you for that presentation. And Donna, we didn't need any questions, but thank you for being here always, Donna.
And I wanted to just mention Donna's retiring after more than 20 years of representing Nevada County. And so she'll be leaving us in December. And so Donna, thank you for all of the work that you have done over the years and the steadfast support that you've given to Nevada County.
Yeah, thank you, Donna.
Thanks, Donna.
Thank you,
Great working
Donna.
with
I hope you can hear that. You are appreciated. Lots of negotiating done over the years, I tell you, with all of our bargaining units. So thank you, thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to recess for lunch, and we'll be back here at 1:30 p.m.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in, and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness They have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have two daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state. The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that Go piece, and it's simply that, it's Go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning.
This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang, picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago.
Well, good afternoon. I would like to reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. So we're going to have a great afternoon here today recognizing some folks. And so if you're looking on your agenda, it's on page 10 is where we're going to start. And so we're going to start right off with my compadre next to me, Dan Miller. Yeah, I could say a lot of things about my friend Dan Miller. I know. So really what this is we're looking at a certificate of recognition. And I just want to read a little bit about Dan. You know,
He's married to Roxanne.
he is married to Roxanne, and she's out there, and he's got wonderful children that really even still like him as an adult. That's amazing. For kids, they just love you. But I would just say, you know, when I came on here 4 years ago as a new person in this area of supervisorial, I don't know what I was thinking, but anyway, you know, Dan was great. I have him as a next door neighbor, and he took the ice off real closely by, you know, I'm always called Captain Hook because, you know, I got the Hook last name, right? And I've just so enjoyed being next door because him and I can disagree and then agree. And it's just been wonderful, even though some days you do get a little bossy with me. But that's okay. I think that comes with the many years of service Dan's put forward, 33 years in public service. That's pretty amazing. So I'm going to read a little bit about him, and then we're going to all make some comments, and then I'm going to welcome you all up to, if anybody wants to do public comment. So this certificate of recognition that we're going to do for Dan Miller, he's our District 3 supervisor. Boy, Dan Miller, more than 33 years of public service, including 2 terms as Nevada County's District 3 supervisor. Dan was first elected to the Board of Supervisors in 2014, representing downtown Grass Valley and the surrounding unincorporated communities along Highway 20 and 49. Dan served as vice chair and the chair of the Board of Supervisors during each term. He worked closely with stakeholders to advance key issues, including expanding affordable housing, ensuring common sense public safety measures and enforcement on the cultivation of illegal cannabis. He's helped expand broadband access, supporting business owners during the coronavirus pandemic, and cultivating a partnership between the County of Beale Air Force Base military leaders. Additionally, Dan provided important leadership on wildfire prevention through the county's hazardous vegetation management ordinance, promoting local business interests while protecting residential nuisances via the county's event ordinance, and expanding affordable housing via the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. In fact, as a county's representative on the Regional Housing Authority of Sutter, Yuba, Colusa, and Nevada counties, we call it the RHA, Dan helped shepherd the county's first affordable housing projects in decades, including the Lone Oak Senior Apartments in Penn Valley, that's 31 units, Truckee Loft, 77 units, Brunswick Common Apartments, 41 units, and now the Cash and Fields Affordable Workforce Housing Projects will be 51 units. So that's over 200 units of senior, low-income, and workforce housing. As a distinguished state leader, Dan served as the chair of the Rural County Representatives of California, RCRC, in 2022, where he advocated to the state and federal officials on critical issues such as expansion of broadband infrastructure, forest management, wildfire preparedness, zero-emission vehicle infrastructure, payment in lieu of taxes, and supplementary retirement scheme funds, ensuring public utility accountability and the availability and affordability of homeowner and commercial insurance, which led to the county hosting a town hall meeting of the first of its kind with the California Insurance Commissioner, and that was in 2018. Before serving on the Board of Supervisors, Dan served 4 terms on the Grass Valley City Council from 1989 to 1996, and then from 2003 to 2014. He also served on the Nevada Joint Union High School Board of Trustees, on the Board of Directors of the Grass Valley, Nevada County Chamber of Commerce, and the Nevada County Country Club, and was the president of the Sierra College Foundation, Nevada County Campus. You've been busy in Nevada County, Dan. And we can still hear your voice doing the football games. That will be missed. They will miss you up in that stand doing those football games. So as you can see, just by listening to some of these things, Dan's been instrumental in some of the changes that we've seen over these years. You know, having been raised here myself, we've seen a lot of changes over time, and a lot of good things have happened here. And Dan, you've been a part of a lot of them. And right now he's just trying to kick me because he wants me to be quiet. That's what he says, I talk too much. So with that, I want to open up to my board. And let's start with you, Ed.
Thanks, Sue. This isn't a roast, right?
No roasting.
No, not a roast. Okay.
I had to contain myself.
Well, you know, you mentioned the things that I think of when I think of Dan and what he's done with this board. I think our relationship with the Beale Air Force Base is really much to do with you and working with Steve Rose, and that's been amazing. I thank you for that. The housing, Regional Housing Authority. I mean, when you first went on that, it was like, there wasn't much happening that I know of. So what you've accomplished there has been great. And then your role as president with RCRC, and I think one of the real benefits of that was the relationship that you brought CSAC together on. So that's greatly appreciated. Beyond that, Dan, you're just Dan. You know what I mean? First we lost Hank, and now we're losing you. It's a lot of personality that won't be on this board any longer, and we're going to miss that. So thanks for your service, Dan.
Hardy?
Yeah, I'm the newest member of the board, and it's only been 2 years, but it's been fun, Dan. I'm really impressed with your service and the things you've contributed to, and I've learned a lot from you. And when I got on the board, you were the first person. You drove up to Truckee and met me for lunch, if you remember, before I was on the board, and we talked for probably 2.5 hours about what it meant to be on the board, and you were chair at the time. And then it was right when COVID kicked off, and you came on, and we had just a really challenging set of meetings and circumstances that we were dealing with, and you dealt with them in perfectly, as good as anybody could, and you kept the board together, and you kept being transparent with the public and serving through all of that. And that comes with 33 years of public service and understanding what it means to be durable in this position. I think that's really important. And RCRC, the RCRC piece was awesome because my support of teen mental wellness kind of came together with Dan on his year out, because his contribution for RCRC as president went to my charitable fundraiser that we've done through the county with Heart of Gold. And so I just want to thank you for that. It's a huge accomplishment. And then the other piece I'd like to mention is this, that you and I have had alternative viewpoints on many issues and we voted against each other, but when we leave, it leaves at the door and we continue to work together, which is one of the most important things I think on this board is that you drop the partisan politics and you support the issues and the people. And so I really, really I respect that about you, and I just want to say that publicly. And then lastly, I get all of my 49er inside information from Dan. So after the game, Dan and I debrief for several hours in the back office, and then we understand the 49ers at a higher level. So thanks, Dan.
Heidi?
Yeah, well, what can I say, Dan? We've survived sitting next to each other, haven't we? Pretty well. Not too many kicks under the table. Honestly, I really deeply appreciate how you've championed affordable housing and got that back going again here in this county, something I also support, and you've done a really great job of bringing that together and the Regional Housing Authority back in the conversation, and I think I'll always be grateful for how you've brought that, made that happen here. And yeah, we work across party lines and we have some fun, and our loss is going to be Arkansas's gain. So.
I love that, Roxanne. You like that new word, durable?
Yeah, Roxanne, I'm durable.
I like that. He's durable.
Yeah. And before, Sue, I got to break it. Before we go any farther, I just have to say that, the reason I was able to do this for as long as I've been doing is because of Roxanne. I mean, seriously. It's, she didn't allow me to do it. She supported me in doing it, and she knows, and I know when it's time to back off and end it. And we're totally in sync with that. So I just want to say that before anything else happens, because I don't want to touch the soft part of me too soon. Okay, so it's because of Roxanne.
Oh, that was very special. Thank you, Roxanne. That's Roxanne, yeah. So I'm just going to take it a moment now, and I'm going to open up to public comment if anybody would like to come up and make any comments about Dan.
So Chair Hook, I'd like to kick it off.
Okay,
And on behalf of all the department heads and senior executives, Dan, we're going to miss you. You brought energy to the Root Center, to say the very least, and just your rounds around the building, checking in with staff. I remember doing your orientation. I think you knew all the staff before you even were seated as a board member, and you knew their kids and what sports they played. So your roots definitely go deep. I want to echo what your colleagues have said in terms about your contributions. Your advocacy at a state level, I think, really poised the county for long-term broadband solutions, which was not mentioned. So you're not going to be here to see that, but I think you're the one who brought in RC and a viable solution that's going to make an impact in our community. And I agree with affordable housing. Affordable housing is really complicated with the financing and everything involved. And you cracked the nut. You found the formula that worked. And to your credit, there's over 200 additional affordable housing units in Nevada County. And to Dan's family, he's so proud of you. He loves you all so very much. And we hear about you. And I think that you need to hear that, because he's so proud of his grandkids, his son, his daughters, and Roxanne, of course. Thank you for putting up with Dan every day so he's able to come to work and do what he does. Thanks.
So maybe that means their word is durable. What? Oh, come on down, Jim.
Jim Mathias, CAL FIRE North Division Chief, Nevada Placer Unit. Chair Hook and supervisors, I just kind of was hoping that we could edit that certificate a little bit, because you failed to mention one thing about Supervisor Miller, and that's that he started off with CAL FIRE. So that's a real important part of who he is and where he came from, right here at our Nevada City Station, where you see the crew back here. So you guys, that's what you can grow into. Look at how far he's come. So.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, we're durable sometimes. And that's a great place to know that you came from and some of your work history. But Supervisor Miller, you really have been there for us. I mean, I think the Board of Supervisors as a collective whole has really supported the emergency services in Nevada County. But I appreciate you being a reasonable sounding board and a person that just was really involved when we had to take care of business or were running a big incident or really had to put together a program, I just knew you'd always be there. And I just want you to know, from a grateful nation, or at least from a grateful CAL FIRE, you're appreciated for all the good work that you did. So enjoy your time away, and go Cowboys.
I will be nothing but nice. I'm Lisa Swarthout, and I thought a lot about, coming up here and speaking. I've worked with Dan for probably 30 of those 33 years that you have contributed to public service in our community. And those of you who know Dan and I together, you know that we don't always agree on everything. We fight kind of like a brother-sister relationship over the years. But the one thing that I wanted to say is I've always respected the way that Dan makes his decisions, because it's not about what's best for him. He makes them from his heart and for what's best for this community. So you will be missed. I feel like I have some really big shoes to fill coming up in the next years. But I just want to let you know how much I personally appreciate all the work that you've done. Dan and I started on the city council together. Our very first meeting was the termination of a city administrator. And we just went from there, and we spent those 8 years together that you were up there with me doing some really great stuff for the city of Grass Valley. So you've carried that on to the Board of Supervisors. I always had total respect for you when you went to the school board, because I think working with kids and parents is probably the hardest job you will ever have. But just thank you so much for everything that you've done for the community. You will be missed. I will miss your wife even more, because I love her. Not only did we work together at local government, we also had businesses downtown parallel time. I think we opened within 6 months, closed within 6 months, saw a lot of changes in downtown Grass Valley, and Dan was really instrumental in a lot of those. So thank you for all that you do, and I guess if we want to see you, we're going to have to come to Arkansas for a visit. Go Razorbacks, I think is what we say. Yeah. Thank you, Dan.
Chair Hook, Supervisors, Shannon Moon, your Nevada County Sheriff. Dan, you're going to have a great time, I know, in Arkansas, but as you can see with a lot of the staff that we have at the Sheriff's Office here, we certainly appreciated your staunch support for not only just first responders, but law enforcement in Nevada County. You have always been a true champion for any and everything that we have asked from you. I too go back many years, even before supervisors and city council people, when Dan and I worked together on some coroner cases back when he was working for Hooper and Weaver. And again, you take those times, you take the journey that you've had, the impact that you've made on Nevada County, and I certainly appreciate you and your family. You will be missed, but I hope you a great journey and to your next chapter. So thank you.
Julie, is there anyone online, or is there any written public comment?
Excuse me, Chair, I have no callers and no written public comment.
Okay,
but
perfect.
I believe there's at least one more person that wants to share a few words.
Yeah, there's a few more. I'm not ready to close it yet if anybody
Okay,
has.
thank you.
But I'm going to invite Brian Dowley up.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Hook and board members. It's very good to see you all. I just wanted to say you're a wise man for recognizing your wife and realizing that she was a big part of your success. And those of us who happen to have wives that are very instrumental, it's really awkward when they get elected and you vote opposite of each other and confuse most of the people in the Sacramento Capitol. But with that, I just would like to say, on behalf of Assemblywoman Megan Dowley and myself, we have a resolution, which I hopefully will get a photo with you with. It has a lot of the stuff that Sue had mentioned, and I just want to thank you for your leadership in all those areas. Broadband is something I know that is really going to change this county, and being instrumental with RCRC and getting that actually moving, even though the state has tried to get something done. We're hopeful that we'll actually see it happen in this county, and it will change this county. And that I think is huge. Your work in forestry and trying to get the forest thinned, and then on housing as well. I just want to commend you for that. 8 years that you worked here, and then your service as a council member and the other things that you worked on. And I just wanted to mention to the board also that you actually have 2 senators now. You'll still continue to have me for my remaining 2 years, and you'll have a new member whose office is right next door to me. And so we've been chatting about her new district, and so we look forward to both serving you as well in the next couple of years. So Dan, on behalf of the state legislature, thank you for your service to Nevada County, and wish you well where you're headed. And please come back and see us. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. And I appreciate your leadership down in Sacramento. And all of Nevada County and your district benefits from you and Megan being there. Thank you.
So I want you guys to do a picture moment, if you don't mind going up, Dan, and come on up, Brian. And Yolanda is here for Assemblywoman, so thank you, Yolanda Cookson. She's a great representative. Next, David Morgan's here from Congressman, oh man, there my tongue got tied.
LaMalfa, like
Congressman
alfalfa.
LaMalfa, yeah. We sure appreciate all the work you guys have done in our community as well.
Man, how to back that up, man, you know? This was a phenomenal speech. Thank you, Senator. David with Congressman LaMalfa's office. Dan, it's been, a pleasure working with you. It's more of what we can or cannot say about you, right, You've got just, oh yeah, go for it. You've got such a long career spanning at almost every level of county, city, everything. You've done such a phenomenal job representing rural counties. That's something close to Congressman LaMalfa's heart. The many issues that you've pushed forward. We're very appreciative of the work that you've done and the work that you've continued to do. And I'm sure all of us in this room will continue to pester you in your new home state. And hopefully you're able to get those Niner games over there. Hopefully they're on satellite, right? But it has been an absolute honor and pleasure to work with you. We're very appreciative. There's many stories that we could go through. I mean, just thinking of last year when we had the snowstorm come through and you, Doug, and I were in a car surveying everything, and we found a wallet and we dropped it off at the constituent's house and got it all taken care of immediately. That's the type of service that, memories that I'll have forever with you, man. It's been great, and it's always been an honor. And unfortunately, Doug couldn't be here today. He's in the halls of Congress today. But it is my absolute pleasure to be here on his behalf and present you with this, Dan. And we're very appreciative, And it's one of those things that we thank you and your family for your dedicated service and the work that you've done here. And like you've said, Roxanne, thank you for letting us borrow him. Really appreciate that. And that's all I got to say. Go Niners, right?
Right on. Well, let's do another picture moment up there, Dan. Thank you for being with us today, David.
When I first ran for the board, David helped me, and Yolanda was my campaign.
Perfect.
Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comment. Dan, Julie?
We do have one more person who's been waiting to speak.
Well, okay, there we go.
Good afternoon, Chair, Honorable Board of Supervisors. Jeff Thorsby, your analyst. And rarely, in fact, this is the first time I've ever actually come to public comment. And I felt absolutely impelled just to really tell you thank you and just really serving alongside with you, going down to Sacramento, going to different meetings and working on different items and issues with you and seeing your leadership has been tremendous. And just really the opportunity to learn from your leadership has been just absolutely, a blessing. So I just want to say thank you. You will be missed, and we wish the best to you. And thank you so much, sir.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Okay, now I'm going to close public comment. And Dan, do you want to say anything?
After the meeting's over, Jeffrey, you get this tie too. But no, I just want to say, it's been a good ride. It really has been, and I've enjoyed working on councils and commissions and boards, and I really feel like I'm going out on top, being a part of the Board of Supervisors here, and I got to say, and Brian, chair of RCRC. It was probably the top of the mountains for me, and working with rural county supervisors and working on the initiatives that they're working on. But I see, the law enforcement people here and the fire protection people here, no organizations are closer to my heart. You guys are it. What?
That's a moment, you're speechless.
Shut up.
I am going to write that in a book.
All right, good. I'm done. All right. But seriously, the fire and law enforcement, you got our backs, and you got the public's backs, and that's what it's all about. And you're the greatest public servants out there. So I honor all you guys with the years that I have. And I got to go first because I'm older and better looking than Jim Turner and Jim Mathias. But thanks, I appreciate the recognition. So thanks to the other board members and county staff and every person I've ever served with. It's been fun being nonpartisan. Is that what I was? But no, so it's going to be, Roxanne and I have a journey to go on still. And so I was telling the people that this time next month, I'll probably be hitting Oklahoma City. And so just part of the journey, and I'm glad that I shared it all with you. Thank you.
Nice. So Dan, we're going to come down here and get a picture, but I just want to say one more thing too. I didn't know the Cal Fire thing. That was pretty interesting. But Hooper and Weaver, all the things you've touched in this community, you will be leaving a legacy. You may be going to Arkansas. There's little pieces of you that we're going to see all around this community. Yeah.
I almost got fired during that summer at Cal Fire too.
I know.
For some shenanigans that we did.
So come on, let's go do a picture real quick. Okay, here we go. This is our next, boy, all these, huh? Yeah, that's who we have. How'd you like to do that one since you're CAL FIRE? I didn't ever know that about you.
Well, it was just one summer. John Hawkins got me in trouble, too.
Well, so our next item is another, another character. Yeah, I have really enjoyed getting to know him over the years because we always start a meeting usually with a joke. He can make a bad day into a good day with just his smile and one of his quirky little stories that he tells. Then he goes into the stuff with fire. So we always appreciate the quirky part first. So will CAL FIRE Division Chief Jim Mathias, would you come on up and sit up here? Boy, there's a list on this one that goes a long ways too with Jim. He's another 36 years of career fire service. That's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing, all the things you've done here. So I'm going to read this real quick, and then we're going to, well, not real quick, because it's got a lot in here, too. You guys have just made such a impact in our community. And I guess what really tickles me the most is that you started here and you finished here. I think that says a lot about Nevada County and those roots that you have here, and those are so important. And I want to say I'm glad to see your wife here. I'm glad she's here to share this with you today. So, boy, CAL FIRE Nevada Yuba Placer North Division Chief Jim Mathias, he has given significant contributions to public safety during his 36-year career in fire service. Jim began his career in 1986 as a volunteer with the City of Grass Valley Fire Department, Eagle Hose Company 2, and then with Alta Oaks Sunset Fire District. After graduating from high school and taking various community college classes, Jim went to work for Lincoln's Ambulance in Grass Valley. In the late 80s, Jim became a certified emergency medical technician and paramedic before working full-time for Sierra Nevada Ambulance and Pim Valley Fire Protection District. To this day, he still works part-time as a paramedic for Sierra Nevada Ambulance in Grass Valley. At Pim Valley Fire Department, Jim was eventually promoted to fire apparatus engineer paramedic. In 1997, he joined CAL FIRE in the San Mateo, Santa Cruz unit and graduated #1 in his class at the CAL FIRE Academy. During his time with the CZU, Jim was a team leader with California Task Force 3 Urban Search and Rescue Team and the unit's paramedic supervisor. He was awarded the Medal of Valor for multiple swift water rescues during the 1998 floods in the CZU. In 2001, he was promoted to permanent fire captain paramedic in the Amador El Dorado unit, AEU, and served as a unit training officer. 2 years later, Jim joined CAL FIRE's Nevada Yuba Placer unit at the Sunset Station, where he became battalion chief and again served as a unit's training officer. He was also a cadre member of the CAL FIRE Swift Water curriculum, led all 3 rapid intervention crew class rewrites, and serves as an incident management 1 and 2 cadre. He is an active California State Fire Marshal, instructor in multiple disciplines, a CFSM certified fire officer, fire investigator 1, fire instructor 1, CAL FIRE public officer, as well as a U.S. Fire Administration IMT 305 instructor. Wow. Wow. And that doesn't count your off time with the kids and the sports and all the other things you did, Jim. You've been incredibly, I just can't believe all the things you've done either. You're way too young for this, aren't you? It says you started back then, but you must have been a teenager at some point. I was thinking about that, being a teenager, being young, and being riding in an ambulance with you. I'm not so sure how that might have gone in the day. Yeah, that was in your younger years. I don't know, those could have been a hair resin, I'm not sure. But anyway, with that, I mean, it just is such an honor to sit here with you and get to welcome you into retirement. I mean, that's very exciting. I look forward to what, I know you're still going to be busy doing things because you're not one of those people that's just going to sit around and retire. Maybe there's honeydews, I'm not sure. Or maybe your wife might like the fact that you're home for a while. We'll see how that goes. But I'm going to talk to, I didn't hear CAL FIRE for the first year. Let's see how you share with that.
What?
You're first.
Oh, my summer? Oh, my gosh.
No, you didn't know, didn't do it with him though,
Oh,
did you?
no, I'm a lot older than he is.
Oh, see, I was being generous.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, when I read all these things he's done, he must be older than he looks.
Well, he's older than he is. He looks older than he is. No, I didn't.
Okay, no more roasting. We're going to be nice the rest of the time.
1966 is when I was there.
And the changes you must have seen over the years.
Yeah.
The changes. You know, my mom's favorite show is Emergency. That cracks me up. We watch Emergency every night. And I think where the paramedic has come from and where it started, that's incredible. And you were kind of in on the tail end of that. That's amazing. So, go ahead. You want to make some comments?
No, I just got to say that Jim to me is just, he's CAL FIRE. You know, you look at the CAL FIRE personnel around the state and just come back and you talk to Jim and he just knows it. And I think the example he sets for younger CAL FIRE people is an example that they should all follow. You know, there's some CAL FIRE people out there that they shouldn't follow, like Hawkins, for instance. You know, but I've always respected Jim, and I think that everyone that works with Jim respects him because of the knowledge he brings, the experience he brings, the personal touch that he brings, and just the enthusiasm that he has for his job. And so, you know, 36 years is a long time. I'm reading this thing and I'm going, my gosh, yeah, he's got to be 105. But you know, it's he said it the other day at KNCO. He said, you know, I couldn't have done this without my wife, and you know, none of us could. And so that just it shows the heart of the man, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's a pretty big one. Heidi?
Chief Mathias, I have enjoyed so much getting to know you over these last 6 years and working with you. I mean, this is the first time I've gotten to see your background. You are no slouch. You know, graduating #1 and your medals of valor, that is huge. That's very impressive, something I have great respect for. And you brought that level of professionalism and excellence to everything I've seen you do here in the county too. I've loved hearing you give speeches and presentations. You're so knowledgeable, and you are a great explainer. You connect well with the community, so you get your message out about what people need to do and the responsibilities you have and that we all have in this crazy fire world now. Enjoyed being on the South Yuba River cohort with you. I hear I missed some good cupcakes. Sorry, I missed the Goodbye meeting. But, you know, I'm really going to miss you. I've learned to trust and respect your advice and your opinions and what you say needs to get done. Again, I've learned a tremendous amount from you. I have the greatest respect for you and your team. And I'll really miss working with you. And I hope you have some fun things planned.
Nice. Ed?
Hey, Chief. I didn't know much about your background either, but, well, first of all, I didn't start with CAL FIRE, but I did start with Eagle Hose for about 3 years before I decided maybe that wasn't my career path. But Lincoln Ambulance, my gosh, that brings back some great memories. And the Swift Water thing, I had no idea that you were so involved with that. It's so impressive. But you know the thing I really love about you? The Nevada County Fair. You don't hold a meeting during the fair because Chief Mathias is going to be there, and he's got his own menu. I think it starts with the corn dogs, but it goes from there, right? I love you for that, man. And you know, once you go through those fires, like the Jones Fire, the River Fire, you guys know this, you start to feel like family. There's just something special about it because you guys, all you guys, are so special, so very, very special during those times. And Chief, I think of you during standing up with us, talking to our communities. Those are just special times that I will never forget. And then I have the added pleasure, you know, we put together our Municipal Advisory Council for the Greater Higgins area. And Chief Matthias says, I want to join the council. And I said, well, I don't think I'll appoint you. I'll just have you as a liaison for the fire, CAL FIRE. And he said, I don't want to be the liaison for the fire. I want to be as a resident of the Higgins area. He's our vice chair. Last night, we sent the Higgins area plan to the Planning Commission. Great meeting. And he's been, Chief, you've been a great part of that process. So thank you so much.
Hardy?
Yeah, congratulations. It's your resume is quite impressive. And I was thinking, you know, all the training and all the things that you've done to give back to your team and to CAL FIRE and to your community is just really impressive, because that is a long-term commitment over time that you've done to gain all that acumen and knowledge and give that back and leave your organization in a place where it can support the community in a really good position. I want to mention that. And then the other piece is when I first started on the board, I think it was the first meeting, CAL FIRE was in our meeting, and you're in about every other meeting we have. And I credit you and your leadership team with bringing that integration to the county and really being part of the team that we all select. And that's unique. If you look at other organizations and other jurisdictions, it doesn't always work that way. So I just wanted to thank you for bringing that element. And, you know, when you and I first really met was on the River Fire. Just right after the River Fire, they were still doing some firefighting. And we went out and toured, and I got a real handle on your knowledge of the local community and what suppressed that fire and how you guys saved basically our community from what could have been a catastrophic loss. And so it's been a pleasure to work with you thus far, and I wish you all the best in retirement. And, you know, I will mention one more thing, that I have a few friends in CAL FIRE that have recently retired, and I know that it's really challenging what you do, and we don't always acknowledge how difficult it can be to be in public service when you're dealing with medical aids and traffic collisions and fires and people losing their lives and loved ones losing their lives. So thank you for being there for all those 33 years and being in that profession, because you really touch lives and you save lives. So I just want to say thank you.
I know, it's just, this is really, it's an incredible thing. And then to know that, you know, I think, it's in 2019 also, you became the North Division Chief for Nevada Yuba Placer Unit, and the work that you've done up at Washington Ridge, and I love that you hosted that day, and we really got to see and feel what was going on up there with all the changes that were going on in the state. So you stepped up at so many different levels. It's just amazing and so appreciative. And I'm gonna let you speak, and I hope you have one little good story. You need to start it off with a story. It wouldn't be right without it.
Well, first of all, thanks to everybody. This is a true honor. I appreciate you take the time out of your day. I appreciate all my folks in the back and the community taking the time out of their day to support that. And I don't know if I really have a story. I'm, you know, almost like Supervisor Miller, you kind of got me at that point. But I'm glad you mentioned the resume, and I'm glad that Dan stole my thunder about my wife, because she is here today. Sandra back there. And I also brought the bookends, number 1 and number 4, my sons, Robert and Tyler.
Awesome.
Yeah. And you look at that, you heard that resume and you heard everything I did, and I do feel like I'm a lot older, but honestly, everything that is in that resume took several hours and days and a lot of my life. And those are the people that missed me while I was doing those things. And I don't regret it. I really cherish all the good times that we had. I tried to make enough time for them too, but I gotta tell you, that wife back there, Sandra, is the one that kept that house running, raising 4 boys. I mean, she had 3 boys at home before she was 21, and I was off at work for 5 or 6 or 7 days a week. And the house, yeah.
Sandra.
So anything that I've accomplished has really been because she was back there propping me up. She was taking care of stuff that allowed me to do what she knew I loved. And, you know, that corny saying about if you love your work, you're never going to work a day in your life, it's not so corny when you actually live it. I really loved what I was doing, and there's no way that I would have been able to do any of that if my wife didn't put up with all the junk that we have to go through in this life. But so hopefully you take that to heart, because I truly do mean it. Love you, dear. And it's just, it really has been an honor serving this community. This is my home. This is where I'm always going to live. I really love everything about it. I love the fair. And just, it has been an honor doing what I do. And I just can't thank you folks and my fellow emergency service workers in the back of the room, including our great law enforcement folks who really never get the credit that they deserve. So thanks everybody for being here today and supporting me.
Oh, that's awesome, Jim. So Allison, I'm going to let you lead off.
Oh, thank you, Chair Hook. Chief, we just want to thank you. I think you have a really big fan club here at the Rood Center. You've provided so much support and guidance to our team. You made us better through all the emergencies. Who knew when I started as CEO we would have so many fires and snow events and extreme weather events, and I really relied on your expertise. And then also you just had this real authentic pulse of the community, and your network is vast and you get things done quickly. And so with that, we've benefited greatly from that. So thank you, and I wish you very well in retirement.
Nice. So other public comment? And there comes another one. Here comes another. When you live here a long time, there's lots of stories. So,
Chief. Jim and I went to high school together. And we worked at that Lincoln's ambulance service together.
oh my gosh, both of them on the ambulance? Oh dear.
And it has been a pleasure to watch you in your career. It's been an honor to serve with you. You have absolutely made this community safer with your service. And you've got some very big shoes to fill, but I know we're going to get a lot of work done for the rest of the community. And when you say this is your community, you live it. And that's something to be said. And again, on behalf of the Sheriff's Office, thank you for everything that you have done to help create us to be a better team and to collaborate and have a better relationship than I think most folks across the state with fire and law have. You're going to be missed. I'm going to miss our conversations, but again, thank you so much for your service. We're going to miss you.
That's right.
Even now. Terry McMahon, one thing about Chief Matthias, I watched him grow. I can't say grow up, because do firefighters really grow up? No. So it's really been neat watching you through your career. I was there at those Eagle Hose days, and wasn't sure how he was going to survive, but you turned out all right. So congratulations, and retirement's great.
One retiree to another. There you go.
Chief? Hi, how are you? Happy to be here. Yeah. Happy you're here, man. We're going to miss you, you know? You look at what has gone down out here, the many fires we've had. Without the leadership, without the team that you guys have put together, it would be devastating. And we've seen that all the way up, Paradise, other different communities. And you guys have done a phenomenal job, and I think that's really the biggest takeaway that we can say, just from the candid conversations behind the scenes, touring, the fuel breaks, everything that you guys have done, it's the leadership that has stemmed from what you guys have put forward and what you guys have worked together. I mean, you look at the community outreach that they've done, educating homeowners, just so many different town hall meetings that you guys have put together and tried to help. And, you know, that all takes time, and that's not just a 9-to-5 job. We greatly appreciate the time and service that you've put in for all of these years. And it has been an honor in just the short period that I've had to work with you on the many different issues. And, you know, it's been fun, and we really appreciate it. And I hope you enjoy your retirement. And, you know, I'm not going to say it, but go Niners, you know, you Cowboys. But we greatly appreciate it. You know, maybe they'll make the playoffs this year and make you happy.
That's good, David.
Go Bruins. Jim, go Bruins.
Chair Hook, Supervisors, Matt Furtado, Battalion Chief for the Truckee-Tahoe Battalion of CAL FIRE, and it's been several years since I've addressed you, so it's nice to be back. I know this is not a roast, but I will. So Supervisor Hook, you mentioned emergency. That was actually Jim playing like one of those character parts, because his paramedic number is like number 1. It's the long for the fire guys will get that. You know, we mentioned about his swift water training and that he isn't this world-class instructor and things, but at the end of the day, he can't swim to save his life. And so, but overall, I got to say, and I could keep going on and on about all kinds of stories about Jim. I started working with Jim in 1990 at Penn Valley Fire. I think I was 17 years old. The things that Jim and the crew at the time, that they provided for the mentorship and leadership and training for us, the things they let us do were probably considered questionable, if not criminal, maybe. Told to drive an ambulance when you're 17 years old, going into working structure fires. But regardless, there was a whole bunch of us in the room here that were that benefited from that leadership, that mentorship, that friendship. And so at every level of my career, Jim has been there along the way to provide that. So thank you.
Oh, that's awesome. Nice. Nice. Thank you. That was nice. That's part of a legacy, Lee, all that education and all that camaraderie you've had over the years in a community that you grew up in. That's amazing. So is there any public comment online or written, Julie?
Thank you, Chair. I have no callers and no written comments.
Okay, well, with that, I'm going to close public comment. Jim, what a pleasure. This is, I'm excited for your retirement. I hope I still see you out the fair giving out Band-Aids. That's an important job. I needed that last year, and you fixed me right up. So, see, we're still going to have you there doing things all around the community. That rescue group is so great in doing the medical stuff. So, this is awesome. Does anybody else have anything else to say? Otherwise, I'd love to give this my thing off. I'd like you to come up and have a picture, and I'd love for your wife to come up and the boys too, please. Okay. Oh, well, this is great. So now it's my pleasure to have Nevada County Consolidated Fire Chief Jim Turner come up. So actually, yeah, and he's Jim Turner retired at this point. Yeah, so he's already getting a feel for it. That's pretty exciting. Well, I'm going to read about Jim Turner here for a minute. Again, I think these things where you have somebody that kind of grew up here, lived it, loved it, and created what you did for the community is so invaluable. The thing, the youngers that you bring up and you teach, and you leave that legacy, you truly do. And we hope you retire and just enjoy that, still being in Nevada County. Okay, here we go. Gosh, this is a good one too. 36-year fire career. It's amazing. So, Jim began his career in 1986 as a volunteer with the City of Grass Valley Fire Department, Reliance Hose Company No. 3. During the siege of the 1987, he was deployed to the town of Graniteville as part of a strike team, causing him to miss the first 2 weeks of his senior year at Bear River High School. After graduating from high school, he went to work for the City of Grass Valley in a limited-term fire prevention officer position under the guidance of Fire Marshal Terry McMahon. Terry introduced Jim to the world of fire investigation, and he very quickly knew that fire service was for him. Jim went on to join hand crew with the United States Forest Service, and upon completing that assignment, arrived back in Nevada County just in time to help fight the 49er fire in September of 1988. Building his career in the fire service, Jim worked with several agencies, including Bouillon Fire District and CAL FIRE. He also gained experience as an emergency medical technician with Sierra Nevada Ambulance and ETS Ambulance. In 1991, he was offered a full-time firefighting position with the Alta Oaks Sunset Fire District. Later that year, just shy of his 22nd birthday, he became fire chief for the district, becoming the youngest fire chief in the state of California. In January 1993, the Alta Oaks Sunset Fire District consolidated with Nevada County Consolidated. Over 30 years with Nevada County Consolidated Fire Department, he has given many opportunities to expand his knowledge and skills. For example, he worked with CAL FIRE's incident management teams as a fire behavior analyst, with the Department of Homeland Security as a terrorism liaison coordinator for the County of Nevada, an investigator and sworn peace officer for the district. He also developed strong relationships with allied agencies, including the Nevada County Sheriff's Office, where he worked for almost 5 years as a correctional officer. His background in hazardous materials and investigation allowed him to participate with the Sheriff's Office's Narcotics Division on several operations during the height of the cannabis interdiction, which that was a time, wasn't it? In 2012, Jim became the Nevada County Consolidated Fire Battalion Chief, and in 2014, he was appointed the fire chief in the position that he's held clear to his retirement. Again, that's a lot in your short life. You know, I mean, still, I think of you, that is amazing. And just some of the work you've even done with the county has been so valuable. I think our relationship and the things that we've done and interacted here between the fire marshal and all the different things we do, and it's just been amazing. And I just hope you really realize what a gift you've been to this community. You and your family, you give a lot up to give what you guys give. And your wife is back there, and again, I think, well, I'll let him tell you how special you are, because I won't blow his thunder for that. But you know, it's a huge commitment to a family. I mean, we've seen this as we talk to everyone today, and you give a lot to give a lot, and we appreciate you so much. I'm gonna. It's kind of weird. I see like all these kids, you saw them grow up, you know, like I know your sister, and I know all these people, and you know, your brother-in-law. It's like, oh, I can't even imagine being on the ambulance with all you guys at the same time. That had to be quite a time. I just think about that. I think about the ambulance being parked down by Cherry Creek in a while. You know, there's all how we've evolved over the last years, and you've really seen and been a part of the change that was for better, that keeps our community safe. And so that's very valuable. And again, another legacy left to this community. So with that, I'm going to start with you, Ed.
Well, Jim, I guess this isn't chief anymore, huh?
No, it's retired.
Okay, all right. Well, You know, some of the same things that I said about Jim, I feel about you guys too. You know, we think about CAL FIRE with these big fires, but you send people out to all the big fires throughout the state as you're able to pass them out and allow them to leave this area. So, and I know whenever there's a big incident here with our big fires, our district fires come in and play major roles within that too. So, I mean, in that sense, you're still very much a part of our family here, and I feel that way, Jim. And working with you, I feel like you work closely within all the districts that, in many ways, you represent all of them. This is just me talking. Sometimes they don't agree with you. I certainly saw that too, but that's okay, because I think what you were doing was for the best interest of all of our safety here in our county, and I greatly appreciate that. And you are, at least you were, my chief. I live in Alta Sierra, so I get to see firsthand just how those people work. The professionalism that goes with that is an indication of how their chiefs and down the line, how professional they are. Jim, it's just a tribute to you, and it's been an honor working with you, and I thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Jim, thank you so much for your service. Youngest fire chief in California is, I heard, I got that right?
That's correct.
That's pretty impressive. I'm starting to worry about I know there's a lot of qualified individuals in the room and in other parts of these fire organizations, but your leadership and your acumen and your knowledge in bringing all the players together is pretty impressive. And so you have big shoes to fill, and I just wish you all the best of luck as you go forward in retirement. You've earned it.
Thank you very much.
I go back, the Turner family. When I see Jim, it just reminds me of his dad, Tom. And Tom was a District 2 supervisor here in the county for a couple of years. But more importantly, when I was a senior in high school, he gave me my first job working after school and then during the summer, and letting his electricians nail me to roofs on houses. But the one thing I remember most about your dad is when your dad was dying, he was up at your sister's house in French Corral, and your mom called me, and I got to go up and pray with your dad before he died. And, so the Turner family's got a little history with me, but your dad would be proud of you because of what you've accomplished and the impact you've had on this county that he loves so much. And, I just congratulate you on the years that you spent here and what you did accomplish. And all I can do is hope nothing but happiness in your retirement. And, you're like me and Jim. We know when to call it quits. We know when to fold them. And we're folding them now, but all the memories that we have and the memories that you have in the fire service and the respect, again, like you and Jim have received from your peers is something that you'll take with you the rest of your life. And so, Jim, congratulations on what you've accomplished in your life ahead.
Thank you so much.
Heidi?
I too want to thank you for your service, Chief. I was looking for you out there, but I kept looking at the uniform, so I just kept passing right over you. I want to thank you especially for your deep commitment to the South Yuba River cohort, which is where we had our interactions. All of the fire chiefs, you showed up again and again unless you were called away on a fire. You contributed so much, helped us understand the fire issues in the canyon, and we're part of all the solutions that we've come together. So we all worked so collaboratively, which is just my favorite thing ever, to be collaborative across agencies. You're a big part of that. And I just want to thank you for your dedication to that. And I hope you also have a wonderful, calm, peaceful retirement.
Thank you.
No, Jim, did you want to say anything?
Chair Hook, honorable supervisors, it is truly my honor to sit here before you today. Growing up in this community,
As Dan talked about, there's family ties here, and it means something to give back and have that opportunity to give back. This is one of the most wonderful communities in the world. And the thing I'd love to sit here and say that, we succeed individually, but it's the ties we have in these communities that allows us the partnerships, cross boundaries, whether it be, the sheriff's office, the county of Nevada, local government, state. We have one thing in common is we care about our community and we care about those citizens. And, we do sacrifice a lot. I listen, when Dan speaks of Roxanne and Jim speaks of Sandra, and I speak the same way of my wife, Diane. She has given up so much to watch me succeed, but without her being in my corner and, raising our kids and knowing when I went out the door that it could be the last time she saw me. It puts a toll on the family. But there's something when it comes to a government servant's family that is above and beyond any other family. They understand that commitment and they stand shoulder to shoulder with you. So I'll never be able to thank her completely. But I look at this time in my career and now she comes first, and I'll try to make up some of those times we missed. But this community has graciously allowed me to excel in areas that I never even believed possible, and prosper, like I said, raising a family and working with some of the finest men and women that wear the uniform, both in law enforcement and fire service. Not only have they been colleagues, they're going to be lifelong friends. And then the relationship under the leadership of your CEO, Allison Lehman, she reached out early on, and the relationship we developed just stemmed beyond belief with the county. So I ask you to continue what you're doing because this county is doing it right. And there's no other county like this. Again, it is just my honor to be sitting here and thank you.
Oh, thanks, Jim. And I do want, right now, I want to say thank you to Diane, too. Okay, with that, I'm going to open up public comment, and I'm going to let Allison start off.
Well, Jim, I really have appreciated you. I came up professionally through Health and Human Services, and when I became CEO, I quickly had to figure out the fire world. And you were such a trusted partner, and I really appreciate your insight and your patience and guidance. And it really helped me do my job better, so I thank you for that. I also appreciate how you never led with ego. You always put the community first, and you were a problem solver of how do we enhance services in our community. And I just want to let you know that was recognized and greatly valued. So I wish you and your family well, and I'm hoping our paths will continue to cross.
Thank you.
Nice. Here comes another person that probably went to school. I know you've known each other forever.
I can't remember the first time I met Mr. Turner, but we've spent a lot of time on a lot of calls. And again, I thank you for your service. I wish you well on the next chapter in your life, and I know you're going to have a good time. On behalf of the Sheriff's Office, thank you for everything that you have provided for us in not only work as a part-time correctional officer, but again, that collaboration, understanding that true partnership when we're out there, and always looking at each other and wishing each other well. I think a true test for our office is there's not too many places a father will recommend their daughter to work. And I am honored and privileged to have your daughter work for me in our agency, and we will do everything and knowing that her legacy is the same as yours in your commitment to this county. And again, you've made our county a safer place. So thank you for your service.
Nice. Oh.
Yeah.
Is that a saunter?
That was a saunter.
Chair Hook, honorable supervisors, Jim Mathias, North Division Chief CAL FIRE. And I want to start off not by representing CAL FIRE, but representing a friend of Jim Turner. And of course, what I say also sometimes reflects CAL FIRE. So I'll be cautious and not say anything that hasn't gone beyond the statute of limitations yet. I know where I first met Jim Turner, and that was on the football field. He and my wife Sandra were the first graduating class out of Bear River High School, and I was working the ambulance there, and Jim probably won't remember it, but he had got knocked out cold. He was a star linebacker for Bear River, so it wasn't very often that Jim got hurt. You could listen to the games, and every comment by the announcers were tackle by Turner, tackle by Turner. And I always knew the name, and then he got knocked out cold. So they called the ambulance, we go running out there, and I looked down at Jim and I said, hey, are you okay? And he's starting to come around, and he goes, yeah, I'm fine. And I said, well, you could have hurt your brain. And he goes, I can't hurt my brain. So, first words that guy ever spoke to me, and he's proved it to not be true over the years. So, anyway, since then, we'll get on to the more serious part. Jim and I worked a lot together through the years. He's gone away, I've gone away, we've both come back, but we worked some dark times together. And that's just a bond that you just, unless you've lived it, the guys in the back of the room, they understand it. And we've lived through some pretty horrific personal things and professional things. And through that, Jim has always been, I think you just heard it, a true professional. He's just one of those people in the fire service that he knew how to have a good time. He was a star athlete in the fire service, so he could do the job and he could lead people. And Jim, it's been an honor to be your friend. It's been an honor to serve with you. You've raised a great family. You picked a great wife, so good choosing there. And, just a life well lived, man. I, too, know that your dad is proud of you. I'm proud of you. And thank you for your friendship, my man.
Oh, that's scary to think that he learned.
They're racing.
Terry McMahon. So I've known Chief Turner for a long time. I came to work at Consolidated in 1999 and never thought that I'd be working for you. So I just want to thank you for all those years, for the friendship, and for all the support when I worked for you at the fire district. You allowed me to chase my dreams, basically, and I really appreciate that. So with that, have a good retirement and enjoy.
Supervisors, Keith Gromer, President of the Board of Directors, Consolidated. And we're so proud of this guy. I can't sit. Let me do a timeout. Anyway, we were having trouble a few years ago, and he turned the department completely around. He made it so easy for our board to exist and do their job. The research this guy did for us was extraordinary. And we never had a question. We never had to question at all the information he was giving us. Always did an excellent job in presentation. He represented us honorably throughout the county and statewide. So I just really can't. We tried to talk him out of retirement, but he wouldn't listen. And I told him, I said, I still need somebody to work on my rifles and stuff, So he's an excellent armsman, so I appreciate that. But he's been a good friend. He's made it real easy writing annual performance reviews because all they had to say is exceeds expectations. That was it. Some of those can go on and on. He made it very simple. But he's been like a brother also, not like an employee. So anyway, on behalf of the board, we really appreciate you, Jim. Have a good time.
Nice. Thank you, Keith. Okay. This has been a really nice afternoon. And I'm going to close public comment. And again, wish you nothing but the happiest in retirement. And I know we'll still see you around the community. There's no doubt. I'm not getting rid of your phone number yet. And Diane, again, we want to thank you. Seriously. I mean, I think behind every person is their partner, right? And when you do have that partner, it makes you come home safe and sound at night. It really does, takes that lift off. So thank you for that. We appreciate you very much. So with that, we would just like to do a presentation of certificates. So if you would come up and get a picture, Diane, would you come to, please? Was the division? Okay. Gosh, this has been a great afternoon. So no, we're going to move on to our next item, which is item 47. So this is a resolution approving the execution of the Amendment 1 of the contract with the Bright Futures for Youth for Friday Night Live Club. So with that, let's see, Jill is here, she's online, I believe. So we're going to transition. I hope you all have a great rest of your afternoon, and thank you all for being here.
All right, well, good afternoon, Chair Hook and honorable supervisors. I am Jill Blake, your Public Health Director, and I'm happy to introduce this item to you. This item represents a partnership between Bright Futures for Youth and our Public Health Department to serve the youth in this community by implementing, as you mentioned, Friday Night Live, Club Live, and Friday Night Live Kids programs. I've invited Toby Gavon, the program manager who oversees this contract and these efforts, to share more information with you. And then we also have Jennifer Singer and Lexi Martin from Bright Futures for Youth with us today as well. So Toby, I'll hand things off to you now.
Thanks so much, Jill. Chair Hook and distinguished members of the board, thanks for the opportunity to present today on the Friday Night Live pilot project. If I could have the next slide, please.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
So just a little bit of background on Friday Night Live. So Friday Night Live is a youth leadership development and alcohol, tobacco, and drug prevention program. It's been around in Nevada County in various forms and at different sites, mostly school-based sites, for about 30 years. And the program is designed for high school students. So Friday Night Live is for high schools, Club Live is for middle schools, and then elementary school programming is Friday Night Live Kids. And so the partnership with Bright Futures for Youth is actually the first time that we're contracting with a community partner to support the program, which is very exciting. After the pandemic, we only have one program remaining, which is Lyman Gilmore, and so we're really excited about this opportunity to expand the program to additional sites. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of background on the funding for the program. So the funding for the program is part of the supplemental budget appropriations through the Department of Healthcare Services, and it's a primary prevention set aside. It went to behavioral health, who passed it through to public health to manage those funds. The two funding sources are the CRSA, or Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, and then the American Rescue Plan Act. And so $150,000 of the full contract, which will go through fiscal year 24-25, is exclusively for expanding Friday Night Live, Club Live, and Friday Night Live Kids programming in Nevada County. And then the additional funding was just to ensure a sustainable level of funding, and comes also from that primary prevention set aside supplemental budget. Next slide, please.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about why we partnered with Bright Futures for Youth, and I know that many of the members of the board and folks in the audience are probably familiar with Bright Futures for Youth's terrific work in the community, but I wanted to invite Jennifer Singer, the Executive Director of Bright Futures for Youth, to share a little bit about Bright Futures for Youth for folks who aren't aware.
Hi, thanks so much, Toby, and thank you, everyone. Yeah, we're very excited about this opportunity. As many of you know, Bright Futures has certainly been expanding our footprint in the community in support of youth, and I want to thank all of you for supporting those efforts to do that. You know, our three main and aligned programs have been significant in their support of youth in our community, and we're really excited to continue this support in the schools, which is definitely a new opportunity for us. And being on campuses and running these clubs not only supports youth where they are and in their school communities, but also exposes them to the opportunities that we will be able to offer to them after school and during the summer months. So we're excited to continue that work. And I think really excited about the opportunity with Club Live Kids, because getting ahead of things as much as possible and getting to youth younger and younger really has become something that's important to think about and to do. So we're excited, and Lexi has been an awesome, partner. We brought her on, and she's just hit the ground running, and she's going to share more specifics about what we've been able to do so far. But I also wanted to mention, since so many of those people who were honored are from this community, and that is a theme that runs really strong in Bright Futures for Youth. More than half of our staff, which is growing every day it seems, is from this community, whether they came, left for a while or came back or have continued since high school in this community. So we're very strongly connected to our community and really want the best for it. So just want to pick up on that theme, and thank you all for your continued support.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Great. And so I think Jennifer highlighted some of the key reasons why we partnered with Bright Futures for Youth for Friday Night Live, Club Live, and Friday Night Live Kids. They have a strong track record of youth leadership development and prevention work in the community. They have a strong relationship with many schools in the area and school staff. Friday Night Live programs are run primarily through the schools, and they connect with a school advisor at the school to support them in the school environment to provide this programming, which is really so critical. Jennifer also mentioned, this is one way that Bright Futures for Youth can connect with students to build protective factors. But we're really excited about the opportunity to use the funding strategically to ensure that students who are participating in these programs also have connections to other programming, other ways to connect to peer-to-peer relationships, connect with caring adults, and really boost up those protective factors, which we know are so important to primary prevention programs. So very excited about that. Next slide, please. And so the partnership to date, it started in August 2022, so just a few months ago, but already, as Jennifer had mentioned, staff has been hired at Bright Futures for Youth to coordinate the program. We have 3 new sites that have been added in only a few months. So we have a Club Live at Union Hill, we have a Club Live at Ready Springs, and then we have a Ready Springs Friday Night Live Kids. This is really important. Jennifer highlighted this, the importance of reaching students and young people earlier and earlier. The data tells us that age of onset for using drugs and alcohol is getting earlier, and so we really need to be connecting with students as early as possible with this type of programming. And so there's also groundwork happening at additional sites, at other schools, and then also one that I'm really excited about, the possibility of a Friday Night Live at Bright Futures for Youth that brings students from across Nevada County and different schools on site there for programming. So I wanted to give Lexi Martin, who is the boots on the ground for the program, an opportunity to share a little bit about what her experience has been like so far.
Thank you, Toby. I appreciate that. So yeah, I've been in this role for a little over a month now. And so far I have 3 chapters: Union Hill Club Live, Ready Springs Club Live, and Ready Springs Friday Night Live Kids. What we've been focusing on for the most part in my chapters has been to come up with some agreements for the kids. And I've really been focusing on having youth input. So they have been telling me how they want to be treated in this space and coming up with agreements from a list that I gave them. And they identified the 3 most important agreements to them. So I'm really trying to make sure that they feel like they have say in what's happening in their chapters and helping them feel involved and have it really be a partnership between me and the youth. So with the holidays and breaks coming up, I've been mostly just focusing on coming to agreements with each of my chapters. And then over the break, I'm going to be spending some time with my supervisor, Corey, coming up with goals for each chapter, and maybe coming up with some ideas for implementing Friday Night Live at Bright Futures for Youth, which I think would be amazing. I would love to do a mentorship program where, you know, high schoolers are helping teach the 4th to 5th graders. I think that would just be amazing. So yeah, we're definitely doing a lot of great work. Once we come back from the breaks, I'm going to have the students all brainstorm some ideas for some projects that they could potentially implement moving forward through the school year. And yeah, I've been really just concentrating on those connections, building relationships, making sure that they feel safe with me and that they all feel safe with each other, so we can have a good groundwork for when we start our projects after break.
Great. Thanks so much, Lexi. And those pieces are so important, giving youth that leadership over the programming. We know from research that works best. So really excited to hear about that and to continue this partnership in the next couple of years. Next slide, please. And so just a kind of a little bit of background in public health and our collaborations with Bright Futures for Youth. We provided suicide prevention trainings for Bright Futures for Youth staff earlier this year. We facilitate the Suicide Prevention Task Force, and we have Bright Futures for Youth representation. We have also provided training and supported Bright Futures for Youth in Narcan administration, which is the opioid overdose reversal drug. And then we've also attended Bright Futures for Youth events, including the opening of their drop-in center, which is really exciting. And then they had a recent Lights On after school event in support of their after school programming. Next slide. This is just some pictures from that Lights On after school event, which was fantastic at Bright Futures for Youth. With some of our staff, we had a variety of different of our prevention programs there supporting folks. Next slide. And then again, some future opportunities for collaboration between Public Health and Bright Futures for Youth, supporting the Drop-In Center Youth with various programs. We have our local oral health program, our suicide prevention work, and our alcohol, tobacco, and other drug prevention. And then we recently added them as a site where we can do our nutrition education and food demonstration classes through the CalFresh Healthy Living program. So just really excited to and see this as kind of one of the many ways that we can collaborate with the fantastic work that Bright Futures for Youth is doing in the community. And I believe the next slide is a thank you.
No, thank you, Toby. That was a great presentation. I went to that Lights On, and it was amazing how many kids were there and the interactions that were happening. It was really exciting to see.
Yeah, for sure. It's great.
Yeah, we had nearly 200 youth participate in that event, which was really exciting.
Yeah, it was well done. I mean, for the first one to get off the ground, good job on that. So with that, I'm going to open up to my board for any questions or comments. You want to start with Heidi?
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I'm just so pleased to see how this program has grown over the years and combined and merged and become this just hugely important organization for this community. You're providing a social outlet for kids from a whole variety of ages. You're providing them a safe and healthy alternative when they need a place to go or when they want to be with their cohort. And you've expanded and merged to make yourself almost, a much fuller service organization. Just huge growth in the last few years. So proud that we have this in our community and so appreciate all the work you've all done to make this happen.
Thank you,
Dan?
Supervisor Hall. It's been a journey, as they say, but it's been a wonderful one, and we're so excited about the present and the future.
Nice, thanks, Jennifer. Dan?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Okay, this is centered around a program for drug and alcohol prevention for youth. And you say that school advisors are going to lead the programs at the various sites? So could you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, sure thing. So with Club Live, Friday Night Live, and Club Live Kids, so they're school-based programs. They often take place during like the lunch period or in after-school programs. And so we partner with the schools. So the schools identify an advisor, and then we have a staff member that supports those clubs. So the advisor's there as a representative from the school to be there in the presence of the students. We come in, we provide the activities. We oftentimes provide some food. And then we lead the activities on the campus. So that partnership with the school is really important because that allows us to be as effective as we can with the program. Since with their buy-in, it allows us, like Lexi mentioned, some of the projects that they can take on. Sometimes the students may be interested in anti-bullying projects or other educating their peers through presentations in the schools about alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. And so having that partnership with the school allows us to have that access to the students to be able to share that information and have really robust programming.
What kind of involvement do the parents have on that? Or are they kept, kept informed as to what's happening, what their children are involved with?
Yeah, so we have permission slips that we provide to the students when they participate in the program, and so parents are aware of it. Oftentimes, for instance, at Lyman Gilmore, our connection is the school counselors who maintain consistent communication with parents, so they're informed and aware that their students are participating as well.
Great. Yeah, that's all I had. Thanks, Toby.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for the questions.
Nice. Hardy?
Oh, thanks. Huge supporter of this effort and obviously Bright Futures for Youth. Near and dear to my heart, and Jennifer knows some of the questions I'm going to ask, but one of the questions I had is based on our connection with the school, and I know TTUSD, Truckee Tahoe Unified School District, is a bisection of Placer County or managed by Placer County. Is there an opportunity to bring this to Eastern County for TTUSD?
Yeah, there could be an opportunity to do that. I know that at one point in time, there was some Club Live and Friday Night Live programming in the area. I think more recently, we've supported the work in TTUSD through the Athlete Committed program, which is in Truckee High School, and so providing support for some of the trainings that they do. And then, so there's that piece of it. And then through the primary set aside, we're also supporting Gateway Mountain Center and some of their programming in Truckee Tahoe, as well as the Speedy Foundation for some of their opioid overdose prevention work.
Yep, and I know I've worked with Toby on some of that in our work together on the suicide prevention outreach portion. It's been great, and I've really appreciated being included in that. In the Teen Center, I think, is that also, that's with Kim Bradley at the high school, is that part of our programmatic kind of support in this area?
I'm not aware of any partnership directly with the Teen Center, but I'd definitely be happy to explore that, and I communicate with Kim on a fairly regular basis, so we'd be happy to check in with her on that.
Yeah, and I really appreciate Bright Futures for Youth, and I wish in some future together we can kind of bring that program to Eastern County. Just it's so comprehensive, and there's so many different areas they touch. It's my vision. It's kind of aspirational for me, but I just wanted to throw it out there that that's kind of what I'm working toward. Teen mental wellness and all of it. It's just I can't say how much I appreciate your help in this space. So, yep, thank you.
Ed?
Well, I'm just repeating, but I do believe that oftentimes, especially in our rural counties, our youth can be difficult to reach. And I think Bright Futures has really brought our younger population together, an opportunity for them to express some of their issues. And I think that Well, having been up at the Bright Futures program and seen how they've really expanded and brought in NEO and the SAFE program, and now this element, I think this is just one more element that makes us a stronger county as far as working with our youth. And Toby and Jennifer, thank you so much for what you do. And Jill, thank you for bringing this to us.
Okay, that's great. I think I'll open up for public comment, but I'm going to say, I think really for something that's been in, 27 years, I think Friday Night Live has been around, and this is going to be a great partnership. It kind of seems like the logical move so that we keep it real fresh and exciting for the kids and to get them involved and stay in that direction. So this is awesome. So with that, I'm going to open up public comment on this item. Is there any public comment? Julie, is there anybody online?
We have no callers and no written comment.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to close public comment. So this was great. I got to tell you how much I appreciate the presentation. It was very well done, and I look forward to see how this plays out with Bright Futures. I do think it's going to be a good partnership for sure. So, and then with that, I know we're late into the evening, and this is not actually part of it, but Jill, while you're here, I just want you to know how much we've appreciated you over the years. This whole county, you have provided such a valuable service, and it's just unbelievable what you've done. So we'd like to give you this certificate of recognition. So if you don't mind, I'm going to read a little bit about you. Okay? So Jill, the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, this is such a pleasure because you have dedicated your service to this community for a while. So you have brought passion, skill, intelligence to many areas of public health, including domestic and child abuse prevention, maternal health promotion, family strengthening, community health, literacy promotion, and policy development. Prior to joining the county, Jill served proudly as a Peace Corps volunteer in Poland, and then worked for 14 years in the nonprofit sector, including 7 in public health. In 2012, Jill joined the Public Health Department as a program manager. After several years as a program manager, Jill was appointed Public Health Director in 2015, and her accomplishments in that role have been substantial. Jill served for 5 years on the First 5 Commission, including the chair. She worked with stakeholders on smoke-free policies, resulting in smoke-free county campuses, no smoking ordinance, and several smoke-free apartment complexes. Jill took early initiative in promoting health equity and diversity, equity and inclusion, including membership in the Government Alliance and Race Equity. It's GARE. And Jill has centered issues of equity in her work, including during and after COVID-19 pandemic. Alongside environmental health, the Lake Wildwood Homeowners Association and others, Jill coordinated the county's response to an unprecedented outbreak of E. coli. In 2019, when PG&E implemented public safety power shutoffs, Jill and her team quickly figured out how to conduct operations with limited power and supported efforts to protect vulnerable clients through emergency response, mapping of vulnerable clients and support of people with durable medical equipment and more. No accomplishment exemplifies excellence in local public health like accreditation. This exhaustive process involves documenting and improving department policies and practices in a variety of categories, and ultimately demonstrating the excellence and achievement of the department of a panel of experts. The department was ultimately awarded accreditation in September of 2021, becoming the smallest public health department in California to achieve this honor. Wow. And in addition to all these accomplishments, Jill has been at the helm of the public health department through a pandemic. She led her department from the early days before the county had any cases to initial shelter-in-place orders, to interpretation of state guidance in support of local health providers, to vaccine rollout, the stand-up vaccination clinic, the formation of the REACH team to vaccinate and treat the underserved, and navigating and unwinding of state regulations in the midst of a surge in cases. Throughout this, Jill centered science and equity and supported an overworked team. Jill's actions and those of her team saved many lives. Nevada County is grateful for her service, and we're excited to see what she achieves in her next chapter. So Jill, I mean, those words are just, they're really, we don't have enough words to tell you how much we have appreciated. This was a tough last few years, and we are excited and happy for your retirement. We're going to miss you, but I do believe that we will be thinking great things as you go on to your next chapter, and we hope you take some real time for yourself and recoup after this adventure we've been on, because you did an incredible job, and we're just all so thankful for that. So I'm going to let my colleagues give you a little call out real quick. And I didn't mean to throw this on you, but it just seemed like the appropriate time. And I know you're online, but I just want you to know how much we appreciate you. So I'm going to start with Heidi.
Well, Jill, you are my hero. I think you know that. You and your team have been unbelievable since I started back in 2017 and got to go through learning how each of the departments work. And you were right then ready to go get accredited and, explaining how things work and really wanting to put Nevada County in the limelight for the great work it was doing, we're doing, you are doing. And so you've provided leadership from day one since I met you. You've been a true leader, and I appreciate that sort of ambition for the community and for the county right from the get-go. I think you also know that, while you don't get uniforms and patches and badges and a cult following, you do save lives. You are an incredibly important part of the county family, you and your team, and you've done a tremendous job. I do want to say that no one should have had to suffer the slings and arrows and tolerate the lack of civility by people in the community who were challenged by science and inability to provide alternative points of view civilly. And it was intolerable and inexcusable. I do think you found out that you had a very large, quiet, but very large fan club and group of supporters throughout this community who appreciated how much you were doing, how much you and your team had put on the line, and that you continued to persevere and do the right thing and worked tirelessly. I mean, the amount of work that was thrown on your team when the pandemic hit, and your ability to sort of ramp up and deal with it and continue to serve the community in an incredibly important way is just so impressive. You continued always to have integrity, to be professional, and your commitment to the health and safety of our children, our youth, all of our community members, our older folks, is beyond reproach. You, wherever you end up, I'm happy to write you a letter of recommendation that will be glowing. And I personally will miss you too. You just have a huge heart, Jill, which is, I think, is what it takes also to do the kind of work you do, to serve people where it hits them the hardest with their public health and safety. So thank you for everything you've done. I agree, take time for yourself. You deserve it. And, connect with me and we'll go to lunch whenever you feel ready.
Dan?
Jill, I don't know of any other person that I respect more in public health than you. And I don't know of anyone else that was the bullseye for public criticism from the right and the left. And I'm amazed at how well you handled it with dignity and calm, maybe not calm when you were by yourself, but in public, you represented the county in an amazing way. And I certainly respect and wish you all the best. And I don't know of any other accolades I can give you, except I truly respect you for what you did and the way you conducted yourself as our public health director. So thank you very much.
Ed?
Well, Jill, I think Heidi and Dan pretty well said it all. So all I can say to you is, Jill, you are one of my heroes. And I sincerely mean that. You're a very, very special lady. And I thank you so much for your service.
Yeah, Jill, I really appreciate it. I think it's already been said, and particularly Supervisor Hall. highlighting how difficult that period was and how, with so much integrity and respect, you conducted yourself. And I know I was new, so I didn't necessarily know how the whole staff board interaction went, but I had constituents calling me night and day during the beginning of COVID, and you answered the phone and you got on webinars with me and you answered questions and emails and you were right there the whole time, both supporting my community but supporting me as a supervisor, I think, which is really critical in being successful as a team. So I just want to thank you in that. And I know that public service in general can be a lot at times, and so I just want to thank you for that, and I wish you all of the luck going forward, and I hope to see you again here sometime soon.
Okay, Jill. I wish you could be here to accept this, but I'm glad we get to see your smiling face, and just know that you're loved and appreciated. I think that you heard that from all of my board members, and I don't know, and Allison, I mean, this team. Allison, you want to say anything real quick?
Well, I really do, because Jill, I mean, I've shared with you already, but just my admiration for you and how you recharged your team and kept them going through the most difficult times. And I think that's really just really reflects true leadership. People came out of retirement because they wanted to support you in the mission in keeping our community safe. I don't want the pandemic to overshadow all your career successes. And so I'm so glad that that was captured in the certificate, and that's from the credentialing to what you've done for health for children in our community and the partnerships you've had with the hospital and really making us a model in the state. So we wish you well, and I can't wait for how we could, after retirement, help recharge you.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, and with that, you know what we're going to get to do is we're going to pass your resolution, I think, if somebody would like to make a motion. Unless, did you want to say any? Oh, look at that. It's got moved and seconded just like that,
We're fighting
Jill.
over you, Jill.
We're fighting over that.
And so it's been moved and seconded. Julie, could you call the roll?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
And District 4?
District 4, yes. And then Jill, I just wanted, did you want to say anything? Or did we just overwhelm you?
I am overwhelmed, yes, and surprised. But I do want to say thank you for the very kind words, for the acknowledgement of the work. And one thing I loved about what you all said was that you also all referenced this team, which is just a remarkable team. And that team expands to include you as well. So I can't thank you enough for the opportunities that I've been given here at Nevada County to continue that theme of the homegrown folks. I grew up in Nevada County as well, left for many years. My mother retired from this department, and it's just been more than I could have hoped for. The accomplishments, the teamwork, the heart, the passion, it's just been an incredible experience, and thank you to you all who have contributed to that and for your support. It means the world. And thank you for also supporting our work moving forward as we move forward with things like our project with Bright Futures for You. So sincere thank you. I'm sorry I didn't have anything prepared to say because I didn't know that we were going to do this. But thank you very much.
All right, Jill, well, we'll see you before you do that retirement. I want to get you this beautiful certificate, so perfect. Maybe it does mean a lunch date. Okay, all right. With that, we're going to go to our last item for the day. Thanks for everyone's patience. We're back on item 48. I'd like to introduce Steve Rose, our HR director, and he is going to talk about the authorization of process to select an auditor controller to fill the vacancy due to the court ruling disqualifying the elected auditor controller. So thank you, Steve, for being here.
Good afternoon, Chair Hook and honorable members of the board. I'm Steve Rose, your HR director. Pursuant to Government Code 24201, all elected officials shall hold their office and successors are elected and appointed as qualified. Pursuant to Government Section Code 25304, the Board of Supervisors shall fill appointments by vacancy that occur by elected officers. The appointment shall be for the entire term, and the remaining term of this current position we're speaking of is January 4th, 2027. And the appointee has full rights and responsibilities of the office once they're appointed. Next slide. So today I want to discuss two options that you might have in making the appointment for the auditor controller. The first one would be the board would make a direct appointment once a vacancy occurs after the January 2nd end of the term, 2023, and at a subsequent meeting. The second option would the board would advertise the position as a recruitment using an ad hoc committee and appointed by the chair. I'd like to go through both of the options for you. The first option is a direct appointment by the board after January 2nd. The appointee shall meet all the qualifications of the position under the Government Code 26945. The appointment will have the full rights and responsibilities of the office. The time to appoint will occur at a subsequent board meeting after January 2nd. And the current auditor controller has graciously agreed to continue until the board appointment. Moving on to option 2, which is a recruitment. The Human Resources Department will advertise the position using standard county practices to solicit qualified candidates and under Government Code 26945 for the board to make their appointment. We would advertise the position beginning tomorrow if that's decided. Send all qualified applicants to the ad hoc selection committee. The ad hoc committee, appointed by the chair, consists of 2 board members, the county executive officer, 2 auditor controllers from other California counties. The recommended process and timeline is as follows. The first round of interviews would be held by the ad hoc committee. Final candidates interviewed by the board in open session. The board would deliberate in open session, and the final selection would be made during that open session. And those are the 2 options before you. Any questions?
Thank you, Steve. I'm going to open it to my board for questions and comments. Let's start with you, Hardy.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. One just initial question, I have others, but is the selection criteria, the way that we measure the quality of a candidate, within the purview of the board? And that's a 2-part question. If we selected somebody today, is it? And if we selected somebody through a process, is it exclusively us to decide what the qualifications, the attributes, and all of that? And is
So
that
there are
open to us?
qualifications for the position that's laid out in the government code with especially the qualifications for experience and education. And so those, you don't have the latitude, but everything else you would have the latitude to make your decision based on what you felt was the best candidate for the position.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I didn't mean to use the word qualification because I know that's specified, but basically the selection criteria, can we create, is that within the board's purview?
So let me just be clear, in an appointment process, if I could, the board has to use the same qualifications as if somebody was elected. So you can't actually sort of add qualifications, et cetera. But of course, during an interview process, et cetera, you would be looking for what was the best candidate. But you certainly can't go below those qualifications.
Okay, thank you.
Ed?
Well, I will say that I lean towards a direct appointment. I think we've had 2 people that ran for the position. The person that got the most votes, the courts decided was not qualified. That to me says the next person down got thousands of votes, and that should be good enough. It should be better than the 5 of us determining who that person might be, especially if it's a person who did not run for the election. I mean, I just don't think there's any fairness in that. And the person that we would be looking at, the next person down, we know that the qualifications were there. She's the assistant auditor controller. She sat through all our budgets. We just know, and it just makes sense to me. Let's just make this the way it should be. The first person was not qualified. The second person got votes from the county. I think that's who we should appoint.
Thanks, Ed. Dan?
I'm disagreeing. And how do I say this? I believe that Gina is more than qualified to fill this position. And however, I still want the position. I still want the selection to be transparent. And I think the transparency is more there by going through the process we did with the DA, where go ahead and advertise. It removes any sort of suspicion of bias, and I don't mind that process. I thought it was a good process, and we got a good DA out of it. I would say that Gina will probably apply and, let the cards fall where they are, but obviously I supported Gina when she was running, and I support her now, but I still want the process to be a process, not just a direct appointment by the board.
Heidi?
So I see and find the arguments on both sides of this issue to be valid. I think there's a lot to be said for going through another process, and like we did with the DA and doing interviews, and making so that we're appearing to and considering anybody who might apply. I can also see, one of the things that really strikes me is if Marcia had stepped down early and it wasn't an elected position, who would we appoint to fill that role in the meantime? And it would have been Gina. So she's the most qualified person to step into that role under any circumstance. And instead, we ended up in this election, which frankly has been, a bit traumatic for the county. We've ended up in court. We've had to spend a lot of money. We've had to review processes because the person who wanted to run wasn't qualified and wasn't willing or able to acknowledge that and simply step down. So I could, under these circumstances, I think I'd be comfortable making an appointment, but I do see the argument for going the other way as well.
Okay, some good conversation here. So with that, I'm going to open up public comment. And so I invite you to come to the podium.
My name is Peter Manette. I live on Gold Flat Road. Board of Supervisors, staff, I'd like to make 3 points. We've already had a process. The process is the election. To circumvent the process and put in place a new process rewards the bad behavior of misrepresenting one's qualifications to begin with. So let me say just a little bit more about that. We had an electoral process. The process has deadlines. When the deadlines are not met, we don't reopen things up. When the opponents for Shannon Moon and for Jesse Wilson proved to be ineligible because their qualifications didn't meet the criteria required, we didn't get to have a new primary. We didn't reopen the process to new candidates. To do so now circumvents that electoral process. The eligible candidate with the most number of votes should prevail.
Thanks, Peter.
Hi, Lily Marie Mora, just a citizen of Nevada County. Thank you, board, for allowing me to speak, and thanks for addressing this issue at a public meeting. I'm here to reinforce that Gina Will is again extremely qualified to hold and maintain the position of auditor controller. Ms. Will's past and present work history proves this fact and has been confirmed by a court of law. She's also been working under and endorsed by Marcia Salter, the current auditor controller. We all know that. But an even more important point that I would like to bring forward, that is, Ms. Will is a person of great moral character. That's what this whole afternoon has been about, one person after another person after another. And so we have found out after the election that she is humble and honest and transparent. She has integrity, she's shown dedication and self-sacrifice to a cause greater than herself. We wouldn't even be here if she hadn't stood up and took this to a court of law. She lives by the rule of law, and seeks justice to affirm that the checks and balances of our democratic process be used to settle matters of question and disagreement. That's huge. She is an example of this. Ms. Will is the kind of person we need in all levels of government, but especially in a complicated leadership position that handles the funds related to all public interest. The Board of Supervisors has a great opportunity before them. By appointing Ms. Will to auditor-controller position and having her function in this capacity until her term ends into the next general election, can readdress and future settle this issue. We need not call another special election and waste more public funding and/or an ad hoc committee that wastes more public time. The board decision on this matter is also important to send a strong message to let future candidates and political parties know that they need to be forthcoming with their qualifications and to vet the candidates that they are endorsing and funding to run for any office. We need to send a strong message that no opportunists need apply, and when they are caught in an illegality, they be required to repay the public funds they've wasted, not to mention the time. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. Appoint Gina Wills today, and let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Itira O'Connell. I live in Grass Valley. And I think, like Peter said, we've already had the process, and being a local activist, we work a lot of hours to provide forums for the community. The community's already voted. And if you weren't qualified for the job, I'm sorry. That's the way it is. You got to go. So I support Gina getting appointed today for this position, and I agree with Ed. This could happen now. The process has already happened, and I think it would set a bad precedent to start a new process and undermine the will of the voters that have already taken place in our community. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Elsie, excuse me, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Elsie Durgan. I was pleased to work almost 30 years for the County of Nevada. My role was the admin service officer for the probation department. I helped Gina with her campaign. She was so above board. She never wanted to say anything against her opponent. I just applauded her for that. In my eyes, she won, and she should be appointed to that position. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Julie, is there anybody online or any written public comment?
Yes, we have no callers, Chair, and no written public comment.
Okay. Okay, any other public comment from the audience? Okay. Last call.
Last call. Shanti Emerson, Nevada City. Yes, let's appoint Gina. She's terrific. She shouldn't have even had an opponent. He was not qualified. Gina's been working here. She was burned out of paradise. And she's here. She's bought a home in South County. She's a wonderful person, a transparent person, a very smart person, and extremely qualified. Let's appoint her today.
Thank you, Shantae. Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comment if there's no other public comment. Okay, closed, and I'm going to bring it back to the board for discussion. Do you want to start?
Well, just add one thing. This is not the same as the district attorney. This is not a case where somebody retired, resigned, and left it open for us to take care of. I think the public comment today has said it all. We've gone through the election process. And thousands of people have voted for Gina, and I think that's the right move to make.
Hardy?
I don't have anything to add. I think respecting the will of the voters and understanding that we have a qualified candidate in front of us, I do acknowledge both sides are valid and relevant to me. I think Supervisor Schofield's correct in his pointing out that the process is different that we went through for the district attorney. And I do think the process worked in that case. But I think there's arguments on both sides, and I think we have a qualified applicant here in front of us that did the work to run through that election process.
Okay. Heidi, any other comments?
I want to thank the folks who came forward. Good arguments. I appreciate, Peter, you raising the fact that, yes, if the other folks who were unqualified or disqualified were booted from the race before it became a race, and if things had been done properly or a different way, that's where we would be today. So I feel pretty clear that we should probably appoint someone today.
Dan?
I'm trying to get a read from Marcia back there. I guess I know. The one thing that is important that was brought up, and for some reason it wasn't mentioned, was that we wouldn't be here and we wouldn't have found out that we had a disqualified candidate if it wasn't for Gina. She knew and brought it to everyone's attention. And we got a court judgment because of Gina. And so I would support a direct appointment.
Okay, so, and I just want to be clear, though, too, on top of this. So this wasn't a county issue. This was a court issue. This was the courts. The county really, we sat back and watched. We had county council there supervising or listening to what was going on. We had to look at what was important for the county, but this was something that was decided by the courts.
Private matter.
Yeah, it was. So, okay.
Chair Hook, if I could.
Yes.
I just want to be very clear with this board. If the board were to make a motion for a direct appointment, that would have to come back next year. This board cannot appoint for next year's candidates. So it is the board that is constituted next year that would have to be the appointment. So the motion would be to bring this back at the beginning of next year for a direct appointment.
Correct. So it's really a decision on the process. Is really what we're doing, is having
Yes,
a
that's correct.
decision on the process. Go ahead, Allison.
I'm just seeking clarification. If the board charges staff to come back with an item, we could come back with the item of Gina being appointed in January. So it's only one meeting and not two meetings in terms of seeking direction from the board and then a second meeting. So that'd be a question for council.
No, I'm in agreement. It's the only qualification is that it has to be the incoming board that makes the appointment, but certainly this board can direct that come back immediately.
So Chair, I would seek direction if we make an appointment to direct staff to bring it back the first meeting in January and direct staff to make that appointment of Gina Wells.
Okay.
I would like to make that motion.
I will second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to have staff bring this back as an appointment for Gina in January, at our first January meeting. Okay. Julie, can you call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Chair. District 3.
For District 3, my last vote is going to be a correct vote, yes.
District 1.
District 1, yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
And District 4.
District 4, yes. Okay, and with that, we've made it through a day of happiness and emotion and all kinds of things today. I appreciate everyone out there that's watching. It's been a great day of saying farewells and happy retirement to so many people. And we won't see you before the end of the year, so we wishing you very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays or whatever you do celebrate. And we'll see you back in January. Meeting is adjourned.